Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It's great to be back as we watch and discuss this third T20 international of the series between Australia and England from Manuka Oval. Game number 3 tonight, Friday night, here in Australia. It's Australia versus England, the old rivals. And third game of the series. England have already won the series 2-0 with one to play tonight. So both teams will be looking to put in a good performance this evening and go into the T20 World Cup with some good form and hopefully some confidence ahead of the first games for both teams in the T20 World Cup. But once again, it's great to be back as always, and make sure you subscribe and like and share the stream and support the channel and the podcast so you don't miss out on these live streams and watch-alongs, and also click the bell so you don't miss out on these watch-alongs and live streams. So we're moments away from the match beginning, but before the match begins, let's have a look at the teams and what teams are being selected this evening. So just a recap of the toss. Aaron Finch won the toss, and Australia chose to bowl first again tonight. They've won the toss on 3 occasions in this series. Aaron Finch deciding to bowl first again, as he did in Game 2. Let's hope Australia can chase down whatever target England set them very well in this third game of the series. We'll have a look at the Australian 11. Australia's 11 for tonight's third and final match of the series. Finch, Maxwell, Mitchell Marsh, Smith, Stoinis, David, Wade, Cummins, Stark, Zampa and Hazelwood. The news is that David Warner is out. He had that bit of a scare in the last game where he went for the catch and he hit the turf pretty hard with his head. He was checked out in Game 2. He was given the all clear by the doctor and the physio. But Australia just fought tonight, seeing that the T20 World Cup's not far away. It's only a week away. It better not take the risk. He's still a bit tender in the neck, still a bit sore. So he decided to, Australia tonight, to give him a rest. And Glenn Maxwell will be opening the batting. Usually opens the batting for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash. So hopefully for Maxwell tonight, he can score some runs. And this will get him going again in terms of his form. He's been a bit of in a form slump of late, Glenn Maxwell. But he's opening the batting tonight in place of David Warner. That's the only change for Australia in their 11 this evening. So Warner out and Glenn Maxwell to open the batting. Steve Smith comes back to bat at number 4 as he didn't play in Game 2. So that's the Australian 11. Let's have a look at the England 11. England have made a couple of changes, and this is their 11. Butler, Hales, Milan, Stokes, Brook, Ali, Wokes, Willie, Rashid, Wood, and Topley. Chris Wokes and Mark Wood return to the side. Sam Curran misses out this evening for this game. And also Chris Jordan, who played in the last game, is not playing tonight. So 2 changes for England. Curran and Jordan out, Wokes and Wood back in. And both Chris Wokes and Mark Wood played in the first game in Perth. They're back for the last game of this series this evening. So that's the England 11. England will be looking to win this series comprehensively, probably 3-0 if they can. But definitely they've done pretty well in the first 2 games of this series. A reminder about our on-field umpires and match officials tonight. On-field umpires, we have Donovan Kosh and Sam Nagoski. Third umpire, Philip Gillespie. Fourth umpire, Sean Craig. And match referee, David Boone. So that's our officiating team tonight with the umpires and match referees for this game tonight. Let's have a look at the series results thus far. We're still moments away from the game starting. Let's have a look at the series results. The first T20 International, which was played in Perth a few days ago, England won that by 8 runs. And the second T20 International on Wednesday that has just gone here at Manuka Oval, England won that by 8 runs as well. So who will win tonight's game? That will be the question. And England lead the series 2-1 with 1 game to play. So it'll be interesting to see who will win this series in terms of tonight's game. I should say England have already won the series. But in terms of tonight's game, who will win? Will it be Australia? Will it be England? Let us know in the chat. We would like to hear your thoughts. But we're moments away from the game starting. As we wait for the start of this match, we're just talking about how both teams will go about things tonight. The last game for both teams was a bit of a mixed performance. England started poorly with the bat, in a bit of trouble at 4 for 54. And it wasn't until Moeen Ali and Dawood Malan got England back on track with that brilliant fifth wicket partnership of 92 to get England to that 178 score. And in the end, that was enough to win this match by 8 runs in game number 2. So they will like to bat a little bit better tonight, England. They're batting first again tonight. Aaron Finch decided to bowl first. So hopefully for England, they're not 4 down for 54 again. For Australia, it was a bit of a mixed performance from them in terms of the batting and the bowling. The bowling was good up front. As I said, they had England 4 down for 54. Unfortunately, couldn't finish off the job, and England were able to get into a very good position, scoring 178. The death bowling at the end for Australia was a little bit poor. They would like to rectify that tonight. The batting was a mixed bag. The top order did not fire, losing wickets at the wrong time, batting collapse, not doing the basics right. So I would like to see that from Australia, just doing the basics right well with the bat tonight. That will be the key for them this evening. So we're moments away from this game starting. Thanks for joining us, everyone. We're just having a bit of a chat about the last game and about the series thus far as both teams prepare for the T20 World Cup. Good evening, John. Hope you're well. You say, hi, let's hope our top order can get some form happening tonight. Yes, John, I agree. It's going to be a new look opening partnership tonight. Glenn Maxwell's going to open the batting. David Warner is out. He had that little bit of a scare with his neck in the last game, so that's just a precautionary measure. So it's going to be Aaron Finch and Glenn Maxwell to open the batting tonight. Dr. Jihan, good evening to you, or good afternoon over there in Perth. You say, Jihan, I can't bear to see England whitewash Australia. Australia would definitely win this one. Let's hope so, Jihan. They've got to rectify some problems. The top order was poor. Hopefully tonight it can be a bit better. Glenn Maxwell's opening the batting, as he's done for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash, along with Aaron Finch. So David Warner not playing tonight. He's being rested after that little bit of a scare when he hit his head on the turf in the last game. Australia just said he had a bit of a stiff neck, bit of a sore neck, so they decided not to risk it, especially ahead of the T20 World Cup, which is not that far away. It only begins next week. Jihan, you say, I'm off to Crown Casino to watch this on the giant screen. Well, that should be good. Jihan, hope you enjoy that. But thanks for coming by and offering your thoughts in the comments as always. So we're not far away from this game starting. Let us know in the chat, who do you think will win tonight? Will it be England? Will it be Australia? It's going to be an interesting result. This series has been a very interesting one. It's been a high-scoring series. Both of the games have been very close in terms of the margin. 8 runs on both occasions. Hopefully tonight it will be another exciting match. Let's see what happens. But as I said, we're not far away from starting. The news is that Australia won the toss. For those who don't know, they chose to bowl first again. Let's hope Australia can bowl well and bowl better than they did in the last game. John, you say the question will be, can Maxi settle enough to take advantage of a longer batting time? That'll be the question, definitely, John. I think he'll relish the challenge. He's done well opening the batting for the Stars in the Big Bash. So this wouldn't be anything too difficult for him. He's opened before in the Big Bash, so let's hope he can make the most of his opportunity tonight and get into some form. He definitely needs it. Going to be interesting to see how he will go in the second innings. Dr. Jihan, you said, I really annoyed Nick by reminding him of India's loss to WA yesterday. Yeah, I did see you comment on Asjad's live stream, Jihan, about India losing to WA in that warm-up match, and telling Nick about that. I don't think he was too pleased about that, but I guess he's pleased about England winning against Australia, that's for sure. But let's see what happens in the T20 World Cup. Obviously, it's a warm-up match. I didn't see the scorecard from that match, but I'm guessing India had a few players missing from that game, being rested. So that explains the result. But a good result for WA, I suppose. And their young players coming through. Very strong team, WA, domestically in Australia. So a very strong result for them in that warm-up match against India. They'll take lots of confidence from that, competing with some of the world's best players. So we're not far away. We're moments away from the match beginning tonight. We have a poll in the chat. Offer your thoughts about who's going to win this match tonight, Australia or England. Be interesting. Let's see who can come out on top tonight. Dr. Jihan, you say, yeah, Sky didn't play, to be fair. Yeah, they would have rested some players, that's for sure. And obviously India playing that warm-up match against Australia on Monday. So at the Gabba. So they're going to have their big players playing in that game. And that's sure to be an interesting warm-up match there. So, yeah, that's understandable for India. Just making sure that all the players are fresh, relaxed, fit, firing, ready to go for the first game of the tournament, which is against Pakistan for India at the MCG on the 23rd. And that's going to be an exciting game. It's definitely a sellout. Can't wait to see that game next week. Definitely going to be a big, big game. Alrighty then. So we're just about ready, raring to go for the third and final match of this series at Manuka Oval. There's been a bit of rain in Canberra. Let's hope the rain doesn't affect this game tonight, but there's been a bit of weather around, but for the time being, it looks pretty good. Jihan says, so much rain on the East Coast. Will it affect the World Cup? Here in Perth, sunny every day. Well, definitely will come into equation, Jihan, especially with Duckworth Lewis, if there's rain-affected matches. Definitely you want to be batting second, not first. It does favour the team batting second. And definitely conditions will be a bit different, be a bit colder. Maybe the ball will swing if there's a bit of grass on the surface, a bit of assistance for the bowlers. It'd be interesting. But definitely it's going to play a big factor if it does start to affect games and then we come down to Duckworth Lewis or games get washed out, no results. It's going to be very tight on the points table. So a very good point you made there, Jihan, as the players make their way out to the middle. And it's going to be Butler and Hales opening the batting tonight for England. Once again, Australia won the toss. They chose to bowl first. They backed themselves chasing. Unfortunately, the other night, they didn't quite get the job done, I'm afraid. But for England, they'll be looking to bat better than they did in the last game. In the last game, they lost 4 for 54, and that was in 8.1 overs. Didn't quite adjust to this pitch at Manuka Oval compared to the fast, bouncy surface in Perth. But Alex Hale's got plenty of experience playing here at Manuka Oval, playing for the Sydney Thunder. Butler's played for the Thunder as well, so he's played a few games here. So both of these openers for England, Butler and Hales, lots of experience playing at this ground at Manuka Oval for the Thunder in the Big Bash. Now, it'll be interesting to see what Australia do in terms of the bowling strategy tonight. Will they bowl Hazelwood and Cummins again, or will they go back to Stark and then Hazelwood, then Cummins? Aaron Finch trying different combinations in the last game. Jihan, you say, yeah, I just hope we don't get key games washed out or have too many 5-over lottery matches. Yeah, that's the thing. Let's hope that's not the case. But as it is in T20 cricket, it's a shortened game if it's rain around. So let's hope that's not the case in this T20 World Cup. We want it to be a very exciting T20 World Cup and a good contest with all the teams. And we just hope the rain stays away. The rain, always cricket's worst enemy, that's for sure. Now, it's going to be Mitchell Starc. He's going to bowl the first server. So, Aaron Finch has gone back to normal plans, and Mitchell Starc's going to bowl this first server of this match. At the top of his mark, he's raring to go. And it's a nice crowd tonight at Manuka Oval. A few clouds around. There's been a bit of rain, but let's hope that stays away. It's been a bit wet. And Mitchell Starc raring to go to Joss Buttler, who's on strike. He taps his back down. He's ready to face the first ball. Here we go. First ball of the match. It's Starc to Buttler. He bowls. And this one's down the leg side and a good take from Wade. And Sam Nagoski, the umpire, signals wide. So not a good start there for Mitchell Starc. Got his line wrong. He'll be hoping to rectify that in this over and hopefully get into his rhythm and hopefully get some wickets and get his confidence up ahead of this T20 World Cup. Going to be a very important bowler for Australia. He adds that point of difference with his left arm variation. Complements Hazelwood and Starc well and Zampa. This one just swinging back into Buttler and then just went down the leg side. So doing a little bit too much. He's got to start it outside off stump. He started a bit too straight there. Starc to Buttler. Buttler works this through square leg for the first runs of the match. It's going to be 2 runs. And they'll pick up a couple. Mitchell Marsh does the fielding. And in the end, England, a couple of runs for Buttler. He's off the mark and he'll feel a bit comfortable with that. All batters would know you want to get off the mark. You don't want to get out for a duck. So a very confident start from Buttler. 2 runs. He'll be hoping for a better performance in game 3. In game number 2, he got out for 17, caught by Zampa, bowled by Cummins. He'll be hoping to add a lot more runs tonight. Starc to Buttler, runs up, he bowls, and this one's swinging back into Butler's pads, and in the end, there's no run. Mitchell Starc getting a bit of shape on the ball. It's quite cold. Bit of swing with this new kookaburra. Let's have a look. Yeah, just starting this one outside off, coming back into the right-hander of Buttler, just trapping him on the pads there. But very good start from Mitchell Starc. Good comeback after the first delivery. That was down the leg side for a wide. None for 3, Starc. 2 balls he's bowled already. He's in again to Buttler. Past the umpire. He bowls. This one's a full delivery. Buttler jams out this delivery for no run. And Mitchell Starc bowling very well for these first 3 balls of the over. The first ball was a wide. Hello, Han. Hope you're well, mate. Very good morning over there, Han. I hope it's a good day over there in the UK. Hope it's not too cold. It's been a bit cold here in Australia with all this rain around. But thanks for joining, Han. Very excited to see you here and can't wait for some of the questions you have lined up for me. Always great with our conversations. As Starc bowls to Buttler. Runs up, he bowls. This one swinging back into Buttler again. It's down the leg side. It beats Wade and it goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Is it runs or buys or leg buys? It's leg buys. Just clipping the pad and the leg of Buttler there. So 4 leg buys, first boundary of the match. And it's an extra. Mitchell Starc getting some shape on the ball. That one just doing a little bit too much. And Wade, not a big person, Wade. Hasn't got longer arms. And unfortunately couldn't cut that off. So a very promising start from England. None for 7. 4 balls of this first over have been bowled. 2 remaining as Starc runs in for his 5th. Runs up, he bowls to Buttler. This one's a short delivery. And Buttler hits it to the fielder, Marcus Stoinis, a cover. And there's no run. 1 ball remaining. Han, you say Australia have chosen to bat twice in the previous matches. Should they have changed it up and gone in to bat first today? I was thinking that as well, Han, but you would like to do that, especially heading into a T20 World Cup. You would like to bat first and then practice doing that first, setting a target rather than chasing. But I thought, Aaron Finch said at the toss, the pitch won't really change as much over the 40 overs. So we back ourselves to chase, he said at the toss. So that's why they're bowling first again. Starc bowls to Buttler. This one's swinging back in to Buttler. In the end, it's a dot ball. Good over from Starc. It's none for 7 after 1. So a mixed over from Mitchell Starc. Quite wayward with his line. Didn't quite get it right at times. A couple of wides and a boundary, which was leg buys. But getting some shape on the ball, that's good signs. This kookaburra ball does not swing for a long period of time. So while it's swinging, use it. But Australia going back to the normal tactics in Mitchell Starc bowling the first over rather than Josh Hazelwood or Pat Cummins. But Australia were just experimenting in the last game in terms of their tactics. So none for 7 after 1. It's going to be Josh Hazelwood, the reliable Josh Hazelwood, as always. Reminds me of Glenn McGrath, he does. He runs up to Hales, who's on strike for the first time. Hazelwood bowls, and this one's outside off stump. And Hales leaves this straight through to the keeper for no run. Good line and length. First ball on the money from Hazelwood. Hitting that back of a length outside off stump. Good test match cricket length. And always reliable, Josh Hazelwood. Han, you say, is Warner just being rested or did the bang to the head cause a problem? No, Han, he's just been rested. It's just a precautionary measure. Had a bit of a stiff neck. So he's a bit ginger. So Australia decided to rest him tonight. Smith comes in for him and Maxwell opens the batting. As Hazelwood bowls to Hales, outside edge and gone. The first wicket is gone. Hales has gone for a duck. Perfect delivery there from Hazelwood. That's what you want to see from Josh Hazelwood. Challenge the outside edge, and he has. Hales has gone for a second ball duck. Let's have a look at the replay. Good delivery, back of a length, and Hales just feeling for the ball. And Aaron Finch in his 100th T20 International for Australia tonight, the first Australian to do that, takes the catch at slip. Hazelwood's pretty happy. England lose their first. They're 1 down for 7. Hales has got to go for a duck. And he's walking back to the pavilion, and Darwin Milan's the new batter on strike. And he's got a challenge on his hands facing Josh Hazelwood. John, you say even though Stark's line is a little off, his length looks pretty good. Yeah, I agree with that, John. Obviously, we know with Mitchell Starc, he's a bit wayward, but when he gets it right, he looks threatening. So a little bit off in that first over, but he's got some shape on the ball. Ball was swinging a bit, so that's good signs. Darwin Milan had a good game in the last game. He made 82 in the last game. Had a good partnership with Moeen Ali of 92 for the 5th wicket. He's taking guard and he'll be facing a fired-up Josh Hazelwood. Wicket, second ball of his spell, of his over, I should say. And, Alex Hales just feeling for the ball outside the off stump. As we know, with all batters, you're a bit vulnerable in your first few balls of your innings. Pat Cummins just asking the umpire to cut something off the ball. Maybe the stitching of the seam came apart. So Josh Hazelwood at the top of his mark, raring to go to bowl to Darwin Milan. He's fired up. Good start from Australia. 1 for 7 England. And Hazelwood bounding in now at the top of his mark to Milan, who taps the bat a few times. He runs up, he bowls Hazelwood, and Milan gets behind this nicely, pushes it down the ground to mid-off for a quick single, and he's off the mark. And that's good feeling for him. Off the mark for Darwin Milan. Han, you say Warner is not just a bit ginger. He is a full-on daywalker. Thanks for that comment, Han. As we have a look at Hales, outside edge, back of a length, outside off stump from Hazelwood. Simple catch for Aaron Finch. As I mentioned before, his 100th T20 International. He's the first Australian to achieve that milestone. And he'll be looking for a better performance with him tonight with the bat and also from the team as Hazelwood bowls to Butler. Butler defends back down the pitch to Hazelwood for no run. Han, you say, does this pretty much look like the World Cup starting 11? Yes, I would agree with that, Han. It will be. David Warner will come back, obviously. He's been rested tonight. But you have Warner in, and then you take Smith out and you bring back... Sorry, my mistake. There was only one change tonight in the 11. Warner out for Smith. So pretty much this is the best 11 that Australia will have for the World Cup. As Hazelwood bowls to Butler. This one, an inside edge from Butler, and it trickles out to the fielder at mid-on for no run. They were thinking about the single, but in the end they decided against it. Going back to your question, Han, yes. This 11 looks pretty good. Obviously, they made the change tonight. Warner out because he's been rested because of that blow to the neck in the last game. So he'll definitely come back in for Smith ahead of that World Cup match. So this 11 is our best 11 that Australia would like to put out in the first game against New Zealand. As Hazelwood bowls to Buttler, Buttler pushes us down to mid-off for a quick single, and that's the end of the over. It's 1 for 9 after 2. 1 for 9 after 2, and England lost their first wicket in that over, and that was Alex Hales. Outside edge, easily caught by Aaron Finch. So it's a good start from Australia in this last game of the series. Josh Hazelwood in the last game got none for 39 from his 4 overs. He went at 9 runs and over. Tonight, he started pretty well. Pat Cummins now into the attack. Mitchell Starc off. Pat Cummins replaces him, and he'll be raring to go and hopefully get a wicket if he can. In the last game, Pat Cummins, he got 1 for 29 at 7 runs per over from his 4 overs. So that was okay. He would like to better those figures tonight. He'll be bowling to Buttler. He runs up, he bowls, and this one's back of a length delivery, and Buttler works this through mid-wicket square leg for a single. And Pat Cummins concedes his first run of this match with the ball. Funder Hayes. Hello, Funder Hayes. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. So Pat Cummins into the attack, and a bit of an inside edge on that from Buttler onto his pads. Gets a single. Pretty good evening in Canberra. A lot of people watching the game tonight. Not a big ground, Manuka Oval. Only holds around about 8,000 people. But good to see the people of Canberra coming out tonight to watch some cricket. Before the T20 World Cup, no T20 World Cup matches will be held here. As Cummins bowls to Milan, and Milan flicks this through mid-wicket. And it's racing away to the boundary for 4. And that's the first boundary for Darwin Milan. He's off and running, and he'll be full of confidence after the last game, scoring 82 runs in a very good innings, and an important innings for England. They were in trouble, 4 down for 54 early on, and him and Moeen Ali have got England back on track with that partnership of 92 for the 5th wicket to get them to a competitive totals. Cummins bowls to Milan. This one's a full delivery, and Milan hits this straight to Stoinis at mid-off, I should say, for no run. Han, you say, what do you make of Livingstone being caught up for Test cricket? He hardly played any county cricket, but he averaged 11 with the bat and 60 with the ball last year. I'll get to that in a minute, Han, as Cummins is about to bowl his 4th ball at the top of his mark. Thinking about this delivery. He bowls to Milan, and Milan cuts this to Steve Smith at point. Glenn Maxwell at point for no run. I did see the England squad for the Test series against Pakistan. I was quite surprised that he was called up. I did hear...
In Islamabad, Pakistan, it's 13:23.
Thank you, Siri. Sorry about that, everyone. Siri again interrupting this live stream as she did in the last game. Well, it's good to know what the time is in Islamabad in Pakistan. Thank you for that, Siri, as Cummins bowls to Milan. Milan pulls this through mid-wicket for another boundary, and he played that shot pretty well. Sorry about that, everyone. Going back to your point, Han, let's hope Siri doesn't interrupt me again. It was quite interesting to see him in the squad. I heard a lot of people talked about him being a potential candidate for Test cricket because of his power ability. I'm not sure about his first-class numbers playing for Lancashire, but as you said, he averages 11 and averaged 60 with the ball last year. So, maybe they just wanted him as a backup batter just in case in the squad, maybe, or they think about, he fits into the mould of McCullum and Stokes and their vision for the team being Bazball, which people don't like that term, but wanting to be that aggressive type player. That's why they selected him in the squad. So it's an interesting selection. It'd be interesting to see if he gets a go or not, and in the Pakistan series. But to be honest, I haven't really seen him enough in first-class cricket or in county cricket myself. I've only seen him in T20s and ODIs for England, and probably he's more suited to the limited overs forms of the game. But let's see what he can do in the test side if he gets that opportunity. So that's the end of the over. It's 1 for 18 after 3. As Josh Hazelwood continues. His second over, he bowls to Buttler. This is up and over. Cover from Buttler, and he gets a boundary, and it races away to the boundary for 4. So he's on 8 off 11, Buttler. Milan's 9 off 6. England are 1 for 22. It's been a very interesting start from them, but you say, Han, I think they are looking at him being a spinner. They only named Jack Leach as their specialist spinner. Yes, that could be a possible option for them as well. He does bowl a bit of spin, Livingston, as Hazelwood bowls to Buttler. This one's pushed quickly for a single down to mid-off, and in the end, Buttler gets home. Another run onto the board for England. Obviously, if they've only named Jack Leach as the specialist spinner, then that's a viable option to have Livingston in the side to be that second spinner. They were talking about Moeen Ali coming back, but he decided not to come back into Test cricket because he's retired. So he decided not to take up the offer of coming back. Same with Adil Rashid, I'm guessing. So England a bit low in the spin department, especially in their test side. Not so much in the limited overs. They've got spinners at the ready. As Hazelwood goes to Milan. This one's short, and Milan pulls this behind square on the leg side for a single. Mitchell Starc does the fielding. Another run onto the board for England. So a very interesting start from England. 1 for 24. Australia will be happy with the early wicket. And they'll also be happy that England haven't really gotten away at this stage. Australia, it's been a very watchful start, but they'll be hoping to accelerate and hoping to get a big total tonight as Hazelwood bowls to Buttler. Buttler works this behind square on the offside for a single. So 5, 6, 7 runs off the over thus far from Hazelwood. 1 for 9. It's a good start for him with the ball. As Han, you say, I personally would end the Jack Leach experiment and give Mason Crane or Matt Parkinson a chance. Well, they did give Matt Parkinson a chance, didn't they, in the England summer? Mason Crane had a go in the Ashes in 2017-18 in Sydney. Didn't really perform well on that occasion, but that was his debut. So you got to cut him some slack there. And that was a terrible series for England. They lost 4-0 in the end. As Hazelwood bowls, his 5th ball to Milan. He runs up, he bowls. This one's down the leg side. Milan try to work this down to find leg, but in the end, it's a wide. So an extra run, an extra delivery that Josh Hazelwood has to bowl. Matt Parkinson, a lot of people talked about him, especially doing well in county cricket when he made his debut at Lords against New Zealand. He was a bit poor. Some people were criticising his speeds. As Hazelwood bowls to Milan. This one's short. Milan tries to pull it. Didn't quite time it. It goes straight to the fielder at mid-on. For no run. 1 ball left to the 4th. Be interesting to see what England do in terms of that. But, both of those players were making their debuts, so we can't be very critical about them. Just making their way in Test cricket. You also say, Han, Crane and Parkinson are real spinners. They deserve at least as many chances as Leach and Best. Leach hardly spins the ball at all. Yep, as Hazelwood bowls his last ball to Milan. Milan pulls this through mid-wicket for a boundary. Good way to end the over. End of the over. It's 1 for 30 after 4. Good over from England. Josh Hazelwood just getting the line and length wrong there. Howard Milan, full of confidence from the last game. He got 82. looking at my notes. Got 82 in the last game. So he's 14 off 9. Australia would like to get him out as soon as possible. Genuine. Hello. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. Genuine, you say, you English or Australian? I'm Australian. From Australia. Vidish Tirari, like your accent. Thank you. That's kind of you. As Mitchell Starc comes back for his second over. And he bowls to Butler, who's on strike. And Starc running in now from the top of his mark. He runs in past the umpire. He bowls. This one's a full delivery, and Butler works it to Mitchell Marsh at point. Now then, I don't think it carried. I think it bounced to Tim David at point. Sorry, Mitchell Marsh at point, I should say. In the end, it was a bump ball. Vishu Terrari, you say, what will be the good score on this pitch? Around about 170, 180. Usually in the Big Bash, that's a very good score. As Mitchell Starc runs into Butler again, he bowls. This one's a short delivery, and Butler works it past the man at point, and it's racing away the boundary for 4. And it will get there. 4 runs. So Mitchell Starc just a bit wayward with his line and length. And Butler races to 14 now. As we have a look at this delivery from Starc. It was short, wide. Good shot from Butler. Hit that in front of square on the offside, in front of point. And that was racing away to the boundary. And Steve Smith, I'm guessing they're at cover point. Couldn't cut that off. As Starc runs in, bowls again to Butler. This one's back of a length, and this one spills. This one's been hit to the man at cover. It's a knock on. They'll pick up a single. And England 1 for 35. So around about 170, 180 is a good score at Manuka Oval. Han, you say if Shane Warne was English, they would never have given him a chance, and they would have given John Embry 100 caps instead. Yes, yeah, they would have. But with Australia, Han, they persisted with Shane Warne, and the rest is history, isn't it? Played over 100 tests, got 708 test wickets. The man was a genius when it came to leg spin. As Mitchell Starc bowls to Milan. He's on 14. He runs up, he bowls. And this one, Milan gets an inside edge onto the pads, and there's no run. He was looking to hit that through the covers and got a bit of an inside edge on that one. Good comeback there from Mitchell Starc after being not bowling well in this over. Genuine, you say, are you a big fan of cricket? Well, absolutely. I'm a cricket tragic. Cricket's my number one sport, so I absolutely love it. That's for sure. And it's a brilliant game, this game. And Starc bowls to Milan. This one's a short delivery down the leg side. Milan tried to pull this down to fine leg for no run. In the end, it's wide. Genuine, you also say, can you tell me generally how much cricket is popular now in Australia? It's still popular. A lot of people come out and watch the cricket and play cricket at various levels. As Starc bowls to Milan, this one's worked to mid-wicket. Mitchell Marsh does the fielding, and in the end, there's no run. Yeah, it's quite popular in Australia. That's for sure. One for 36 for England. Darwin Milan, 14 off 11. Butler, 15 off 16. And it's a good partnership after England lost the early wicket of Alex Hales to Josh Hazelwood, caught behind by Aaron Finch at first slip. Hazelwood into Milan. Last ball of the over. This one's banged in short. Milan pulls it over the fielder at mid-on. He'll pick up at least a single. He'll come back for the second. That's the end of the over. It's 1 for 37 after 5. We've got 1 over left of the power play. It's an okay start from England. Vishnu, you say your top teams in this upcoming T20 World Cup. Well, my top teams, well, in terms of top 4 semi-finals, I think Australia, definitely one. The others, I'm not sure about. England, probably, for that second one. Then probably India, maybe, despite their problems with their death bowling. There's no Bumrah. But for that last spot, maybe Pakistan, maybe, if they have a good T20 World Cup, if they're consistent. So that could be my top 4. We shall see what happens. It's unpredictable in T20 cricket. Pat Cummins back. 1 for 9 after his first over. And he will be bowling to Butler. So at the current run rate, England are projected to get around about 152. I don't think that's going to be enough. As Cummins bowls to Butler, and this one's hit back down the ground for 4 from Butler. And he races to 19 now. Another boundary for England, the 1 for 42. So Cummins, none for 13. About to bowl to Butler. He bowls. This one's short, and Butler works his behind square on the leg side for a couple of runs. He'll come back for this. Nope. In the end, it's just a single. They were thinking about 2. In the end, they just settle on the single. Han, you say England always puzzled me. A batsman can be awful and get 40 tests. A bowler isn't perfect, and he is dropped for 6 years after 2 tests. Yeah, well, it's different countries have different ways of going about it in terms of selecting players and giving them opportunities in that. Genuine, you say, is cricket number 1 sport in Australia right now, or any other sport overcome that position? It's definitely up there, always, cricket, but you have other sports like AFL, which is Australian rules football. Who has your basketball, you have rugby, all those other sports are quite popular in Australia. Cummins bowls to Milan. And Milan tried to work this onto the leg side for a quick single. In the end, Pat Cummins does the fielding, and it's a dot ball. Yes, to say genuine, how much popular cricket in a younger generation in Australia? Well, there's a lot of people, younger people watching the game, playing the game at all levels, club level, school, all that stuff. So there's definitely lots of people watching and playing cricket. That's for sure amongst younger people. And it's great to see some families at the cricket watching as well. As Cummins bowls to Milan. Milan works this behind square on the leg side for a single. And he moves on to 17. John, you say can't write off the Kiwis. These conditions should suit, and they're always in it. Yeah, they are, John. I didn't have them in my top 4, basically because of, playing Australia against Australia, especially for the first game. If they lose that first game, then that will probably set them back a bit. That's Cummins bowls to Butler. This one's a short delivery, pulled to Maxwell, a deep square leg for a couple of runs. But you can never write off New Zealand. They just lost against Pakistan today in that tri-series final in Christchurch. But, don't underestimate New Zealand. Can they make it to the top 4? I think it's going to be a battle between them and England. I think Australia will go through. It's just either England or New Zealand for that second spot in Group 1, which is going to be interesting to see who comes out on top of that. But New Zealand, always a good team. They're always good cricket team under pressure in tournaments. They're just unlucky. As Cummins bowls to Butler, this has worked through mid-wicket for a single to end the over. That's the end of the power play. It's 1 for 47 after 6. An interesting power play from England. Lost a wicket, scored 47 runs. It's not bad. At least they didn't lose too many wickets. As I'll try and update the score here, everyone. So it's an okay power play. So yeah, going back to your point, John. Yeah, don't write off New Zealand. They're always a strong team. Just unlucky in tournaments. I think they should have won the 2019 World Cup in England. Unfortunately, that was controversial, as we all know. But yeah, they played well in that final, and one of the best World Cup finals that we ever had in the history of World Cups. Adam Zampa's into the attack now. A bit of leg spin. He's done pretty well, Adam Zampa. 69 matches he's played, 77 wickets, average of 21 is not bad in T20 cricket. That's pretty good. Going at 6.93 runs per over, so tick under 7. That's not bad in his career. Nature Lover, you say how you're able to stream live even though you don't have 1K. Well, it's just the way YouTube is, I suppose. As Zampa bowls to Butler, this one's a full delivery. Butler drives this through the covers. Mitchell Starc will do the fielding in the deep, and they'll come back 4-2. Just the way it is. Nature Lover, subscribe so you can support the channel and boost our numbers. That helps. But, we're going well. It's okay. 400 subscribers is not bad. So 400 runs pretty good. Now then, we've got a bit of drizzle here at Manuka Oval. That's not good. As Zampa bowls and Butler tries to cut this outside off stump. He misses it. Good take from Wade. Now we've got a bit of drizzle here at Manuka Oval. The ground staff are ready. Oh, that's not a good sign when there's rain around. Let's hope it can blow over. The ground, apparently they were meant to be clearing as the night progresses. But a lot of the crowd are starting to get some shelter at the moment here, as there's a bit of drizzle at Manuka. So let's hope this game doesn't get affected by rain. And it looks like the players are coming off. So the players are coming off. It's a bit of a delay here with the rain. A rain delay here at Manuka Oval. We've got a few drizzle of showers. The umpires will signal the ground staff to come on and put the covers on as quick as they can. And that's what they're doing at the moment, putting the Hessian covering on. I think it's not a bad... I don't think it's a bad shower. I think it's a light drizzle. It's a little bit persistent for the umpires to ask the players to walk off the ground. Let's hope we don't lose too much overs and time. We don't want a match that is like a 10-over match or something like that, or 5 overs. Then in the end, it's not really a match, really, as we saw in India against Australia. That 8-over match that they had in Nagpur. So a rain delay at the moment. So as we have a little bit of a delay in play, we'll try and answer your questions. Where was I? Here we go. Genuine. How much craze for upcoming T20 World Cup amongst Australians? A little bit of a mixed feeling. A lot of people like it, like T20 cricket. A lot of people don't like it in Australia. There's been mixed opinions about T20 cricket. So a lot of people are up for it. Some people are not interested. They're looking forward to, first-class cricket, Test cricket, and that. So, but we should see some good crowds across the tournament as a whole. Han, you say cricket is the number one sport in Australia when the Ashes is on. Other things are seasonal. State of origin is huge. Australian Open tennis, Australian F1, GP, etc. Yeah, that's right. It fluctuates every summer. It's definitely popular when Australia play India or Australia play England, of course, in the Ashes. You get a lot of people there. So we've got a bit of a rain delay here at Manuka Oval. And England won for 49 after 6.2 overs. So as it drizzles a little bit in Canberra, I don't think it's a bad shower. I think we should be back on very shortly. Apparently the showers are meant to clear as the night progresses. So a little bit of an interruption. Genuine, you say, how much tough competition rugby and soccer give to cricket in terms of popularity? Well, soccer's not really... soccer's quite popular in Australia. The crowds are a bit low and people watch the games there. Rugby, a lot of people watch rugby as well. To be honest, I'm not fans of both sports. Obviously, cricket's my preferred sport. But, you get a lot of people there. Han, you say, does CA have a state bias like the ECB has a bias towards the southern counties, like in New South Wales / Kent? Player can be garbage but gets 50 caps. Han, yes. The Australian Test team, half of the players are from New South Wales. Because, look, going way back to the early days of cricket, Sheffield Shield cricket, New South Wales was always the dominant state. They've won 47 Sheffield Shields. They won 9 in a row. So most of Australian Test cricketers that has been ever produced out of the 400 or so players that have played for Australian Test cricket have played for New South Wales. When you played against New South Wales, it was the Test side. So, you were playing against like Arthur Morris and Keith Miller and then, Don Bradman before he went to South Australia. Ray Linwall. He played for New South Wales and then went to Queensland. So it was pretty much the Test side for New South Wales back in those days. So, yes, a lot of players who get selected are from New South Wales and there's less from the other states, like Tasmania, WA, South Australia, Queensland, Victoria. Definitely New South Wales has the most players that have played for Australia overall in its history. That's for sure. Hope that answers your question, Han. But most of this squad, the current Australian Test squad, all of them, half of them from New South Wales. Vishnu, you said, what would be the role of Steve Smith in the upcoming World Cup, or team going to drop him? Well, it's a bit mixed, I'm afraid. Well, tonight he's playing, but his role in the side's that anchor role. To provide stability, make sure the team doesn't collapse as much with the bat, lose wickets. But at the moment, with him not featuring in the side, he probably won't be in the best 11 come T20 World Cup. The 11 that Australia had for Game 2 is probably their most preferred 11. So in Game 2, their 11 was Warner, Finch, Mitchell Marsh, Maxwell, Stoinis, David, Wade, Cummins, Stark, Samper, and Hazelwood. So that probably will be the best 11 for Australia going forward in the T20 World Cup. And probably Steve Smith will just have to sit on the bench and bide his time. It's a bit of a mixed opinions about Steve Smith, about him in this T20 side. Should he be in the squad or whatever? So I hope that answers your question there, Vishnu. I hope I said that right. Genuine, you said how much... sorry, I've already answered that question. Nature Lover, my name is Jack. That's my name. My name is Jack. So that's my name. I appreciate it. Thank you. You've already subscribed. Appreciate that. The more, the merrier. Han, you say it is drizzling in Canberra, but it is clear blue skies here. well, that's a change, isn't it, Han? Obviously, the UK is quite miserable with rain. But that's good to hear. At least it's a nice, clear day over there in the UK. That's good. Genuine, you said, don't you think SCG ground and Adelaide cricket ground have very short side boundaries? Yes, they do. Square of the wicket, they're quite short. but straight down the ground. So from in Adelaide, especially when you hit down the ground, it's quite long. But short square of the wicket in Adelaide, the SCG is quite a small ground, but quite long down the ground. So in a way, they're still pretty big, but they're small compared to the other grounds like the MCG, which is the biggest ground in Australia in terms of size. But both Adelaide and Sydney are quite small in terms of square of the wicket, but down the ground, they're quite long. So you can run a lot of 2s and 3s down the ground in Adelaide or Sydney. But definitely in Adelaide, you can run a lot of runs down the ground, especially 3s or maybe all run 4s, which has happened many times in games that I've seen at the Adelaide Oval. John, you say in summer it's really just cricket and tennis and a league. Yeah, pretty much. Genuine, you say, what is the condition of cricket television viewership in Australia, both international matches and Big Bash? Oh, well, I don't really want to discuss that. That's pretty much a contentious issue in Australia. Well, I'll try and answer it for you if I can. The television rights deals have changed in Australia in terms of Channel 9 not having the cricket anymore. It's with another station and it's on pay TV as well. So this ODI, the ODIs for men's and T20s are on pay TV. Test cricket's on free to air TV. Big Bash is the same. It's across both. Same with women's Big Bash. And domestic cricket's live streamed or broadcast if they want to. But the numbers have definitely gone down because of the pay TV side of things with the new rights deal. So it's a very contentious issue in Australia in terms of when they got rid of the cricket from Channel 9. A lot of people are not happy with it. So that's the way it is, I suppose, in these times where you have to really adjust to the different times and the changing times of this world, I suppose, with television rights deals and all that stuff and money and all that coming into the game. Han, you say, has there ever been a test player from the Northern Territory? Well, the Northern Territory don't have a team. Kane Richardson, obviously he's from the Northern Territory originally, but he hasn't played Test cricket for Australia. But he's from the Northern Territory. There's been a lot of players from the Northern Territory that have played cricket for Australia, like Kane Richardson, for example. Test players, I'm not sure. Probably not. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's an interesting question, Han. I never really thought about that before, but I do know some players that have played for Australia in terms of ODIs and T20s have come from the Northern Territory, have moved to other states because the Northern Territory doesn't have a team. John, you say, I think Damien Martin was originally from the Northern Territory. Was he? I thought he was always from WA. Well, could be. I don't know about that. Genuine, you say, I am watching first time that an Australian guy is so crazy about cricket and promoting this sport online live. Thanks very much. I appreciate that, Genuine. I hope you enjoy it. Well, cricket's a big passion of mine, of course, as you can tell. But subscribe to the channel and thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it. So it's still raining in Canberra. Nothing much has changed. A lot of people got their umbrellas up and a lot of people just sitting with the ponchos on and just hoping for the rain to pass. I think the rain will pass and let's hope the game is not heavily impacted. But for the moment, let's just talk and discuss as we wait. The rain, always a terrible thing in cricket when the rain comes. You want the rain to go. Han says, a high of 14 degrees, it is practically tropical weather. Pretty much. Han, you say, The 2005 Ashes was on free-to-air TV. It was huge for cricket. After that, it went solely to Sky, and the crowds have dwindled again. Yeah, pretty much the same thing in Australia as well, Han. A lot of people prefer to listen to the cricket on the radio rather than watch it on TV because it's they sort of stuffed it up, really. I suppose, times change and all that stuff. Yeah, times change and times have changed, and television rights deals change as well in terms of different generations and all that stuff. Now streaming, a lot of people like streaming now. A lot of people watch cricket from their phones. So yeah, but it's a very heavily contentious issue in Australia. Not a lot of people like it. John says, think Channel 7 and Fox were trying to get out of the deal. I think it was Channel 7, John. I read something that they weren't happy about it. It's all ugly. It's all very messy. They didn't really do it well. The thing I have is that you should have simulcast the ODIs and T20s on free-to-air rather than just having it on pay TV for ODIs and T20s for men's cricket. Women's cricket's on free-to-air TV, which is fantastic. But men's cricket, it's only Test cricket that's on free-to-air, but not the ODIs and T20s. That's why a lot of people are angry about that. Nature Lover, who has more chances winning this year's T20 World Cup, England or Australia? And I think both teams will be competitive. I think both teams will probably qualify for the semis in Group 1. Yeah, both teams have a good shout of it, but you think Australia will have a good chance. They tend to play well in tournaments. But if Australia are to win this T20 World Cup, they will become the first host nation to win a T20 World Cup. As we have a look at the history of the T20 World Cup, the host nation has never won the home tournament. So if Australia do it, they'll be the first to do it. So a bit of an interesting fact there. Yeah, no one has done it before. So Australia definitely favourites after last year. England, you've got India, even though India have got some problems. New Zealand, you've got South Africa, Pakistan, even Sri Lanka. Don't discount Sri Lanka. They look pretty good at the moment. They won the Asia Cup. But maybe the T20 World Cup will be a little bit of a difficult task for them. But they'll definitely be the team to look out for in terms of causing upsets. And who knows, they may make it to the semis. So, yeah, very open World Cup. Anyone's got a chance. But T20 cricket, whoever wins on the day, whoever executes will get the job done. It's unpredictable, T20 cricket. Han says, on the radio, you get Aggers talking about cake. TV can't compete with that. Yeah, that's right, Han, obviously. That's right. We can't really... you don't really have that with TV. TV, you can see it, but with radio, it's a different environment, I suppose. At least on radio, you have that freedom to talk, especially in between balls, or especially when the play's happening. Not like on TV where you can't really talk during the play, but on radio, you can have a long conversation for a few overs. And whereas on TV, you can't really do that, really. So definitely, yep. People prefer TV or radio, or watch the TV and just listen to the commentary on the radio. A lot of people I know do that. John says, yep, Damien Martin was born in Darwin. Really? I did not know that. Wow. You learn something new every day. I always thought he was from WA, but I'm guessing he just moved to WA to get his opportunity, of course, because the Northern Territory don't have a first-class team, obviously, in Australia. Genuine, you say India and Australia are bonded by a common bridge. That bridge is called cricket, because cricket is the most beautiful game of the world. Hope cricket will overcome football in terms of popularity. Well, let's hope so, but it's definitely going to all parts of the world. Cricket is becoming popular. We've seen a lot more countries play, over 100 or so associate members now of the ICC, which is fantastic. and hopefully that continues to grow and grow in the years to come. You also say, Genuine, don't you think Eden Park is in New Zealand is a very small ground to hold a cricket match? Is it against the integrity of cricket? It's quite a small ground, Eden Park. It's a rugby ground. So it's a very small ground. Yeah, probably not ideal to host matches there. But look, it's a rugby ground. It's a multi-purpose ground. I remember the T20 that Australia played there against New Zealand. Now, this is back in 2018. Now, both teams scored 200 plus, and Australia won the match because David Warner and Darcy Short added a good partnership, and it's a very small ground. So, yeah, probably not ideal to host international cricket, given the boundary sizes. You want a fair playing field. Han, you say TV cutbacks on cuts back to the studio a lot too. The flow is better on radio, and the commentators seem to relax and talk about all sorts of things. Yeah, they do. Was it listening to Kerry O'Keefe when he was on the ABC commentating? He always used to tell jokes and that, and have a conversation during balls on radio, which is what you don't get on TV. So different environments in terms of mediums and media. But, it's up to you if you like to watch cricket on TV or listen to the radio. It used to be like that back in the old days, where radio was the main media sort of thing, because TV wasn't around. So definitely cricket in terms of radio. A lot of people have that connection listening to cricket on the wireless, as they used to call it back in the day. As Nature Lover, you say, do you play Cricket 22, and how is it according to you if you play it? No, I don't really play it. I have played cricket, one of the cricket games back in the day, the real early ones, I think. It was pretty fun, but no, I haven't really played Cricket 22. Really, I can't really comment on that much further, I'm afraid, Nature Lover. Yes, say Nature Lover, don't know, think Australian stadiums are way too big to host a cricket match. Well, they are big grounds. The boundaries are quite in at those grounds when cricket's on. So yeah, they are big grounds. It's just the nature of Australian grounds here in Australia. They're quite big to other grounds like in England, which are smaller. New Zealand are smaller. Other parts of the world have varying sizes of grounds. But at least if you have the boundary a good distance equal across the ground, then I think that's okay. You see boundaries coming in closer these days. And given how powerful players are now with the bat, in terms of batters, they're much stronger, powerful than those contemporaries of yesteryear. And the bats are better. I think push the boundaries a little bit back and give something to the bowlers. And obviously, because you want that equal, fair amount around the ground. Or go back to the old days and get rid of the boundary rope and have the fence. But I don't think they're going to do that. So given, times have changed, obviously. Genuine, you say, don't you think, I should say, the ICC should increase the number of participating teams in the 50-over World Cup to 18 teams at least, because 50-over format is the ideal format of the game? I think more in T20 cricket, not so much in ODIs, because you want to try and maintain the standard of cricket, but also promote it as well. By having more teams in the T20 format, that's the best way to promote the game, especially in T20 World Cups. I know after this T20 World Cup in 2024, they're going to expand the T20 World Cup to 20-plus teams or something like that, come the T20 World Cup in the West Indies and USA. So I think T20 cricket's the best way to grow the game, and then you can start adding teams in the 50-over format. That's my view on it. Han, you say, on radio, I heard Michael Vaughan talking about his pink shirt and what he had for lunch. Don't get that quality on TV. No, you don't. And that's the thing. It's different media outlets. You can do some things on TV, but you can't do some things on radio. So there's pros and cons to both TV and radio. I suppose on radio you can't see it, so you prefer to watch it on TV because you can actually watch the game. It depends what you like. I like both, but TV's obviously in this day and age is better because you can see what's happening. But on radio, you can do something else, and if you can't watch it on TV or go to the ground, at least you can listen to it on there. Han, you say Pakistan has some huge grounds. Yeah, they do. They do. John, you say grandstand on the ABC gets some good flow between the commentators. I listen to radio when working and can't watch the TV, I should say. Yeah, they tend to do okay. Jim Maxwell is pretty good. He's been there for years, hasn't he? The voice of Australian cricket, up there with Richie Benaud and that in Australia in terms of cricket commentators. Nature Lover, you say, what's the season in Australia right now? Summer or winter? It's spring. Nature Lover, it's spring. So not quite summer. So it's still spring. So once we get to November, December, January, it's going to be very hot, 40 degrees plus. It's not pleasant to be playing cricket in. Han, you say, on a slow and not much happening test match, the radio commentary is more pleasant because they make their own entertainment. Yeah, they do. They do. When nothing much is happening, you can have a conversation or a joke or... Genuine, you say, do you love Indian? Do you want to make a friendship with an Indian if that Indian wants to make friendship with you? I do have a friend from school who's from India, and we've been best friends for a few years now, and he loves cricket, and we talk cricket when we can. Yeah, very nice people, India. Love their cricket, passionate about the game, and it's sort of like a religion over there, cricket. They can't stop talking about cricket, which is good to see. Good to see them enjoying the game, and they've produced some wonderful players. Tendulkar, Dravid, all those greats. So yeah, India, a very mad cricketing country, that's for sure. Han says, springtime, I'll resist singing the song from the producers. Thanks for that, Han. Nature Lover, you say, do you really think ODI cricket is dying? A lot of people have talked about that, haven't they? Well, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. The ICC have increased more T20 matches. And going back on to what's happening at the moment, we have a bit of a rain delay in Canberra. But the good news is the umbrellas are coming down. The covers are being taken off. The ground staff are racing the covers off. So a little bit of a delay. I hope we haven't lost a little bit of time. We'll have to see what the new playing conditions are in terms of overs and timings. But the good news is the covers are coming off, and let's hope we get some play. Going back to your question, Nature Lover. It's an interesting question. Is it really in a good place, ODI cricket? Well, it's not going anywhere anytime soon, I suppose. You got World Cups; they're still there if they want to. If they want to do that. Then, in terms of promoting ODI cricket more. But, we're seeing, more teams come into the ODI format, and many players have different opinions about one-day cricket. It's too long. Is it relevant? Most people prefer it over a T20, to be honest, because it's much longer. Prefer it to T20 cricket. So it's an interesting discussion point. Yeah, I like one-day cricket. I don't mind it. Many people don't mind it. They think it's okay. Other people don't like it. They prefer T20 cricket. That's your choice in terms of what you prefer to watch. But it's an interesting discussion point, that's for sure. You also say, Nature Lover, should Maxwell be dropped in T20 World Cup as he's in poor form right now? I don't think he'll be dropped. I think Australia will keep backing him to hopefully come good. He's opening the batting tonight in tonight's game. So if he can get some runs tonight, I think, that will boost his confidence going forward. So he's going to open tonight. Hopefully he'll get some runs with Aaron Finch and hopefully get into some good form. I don't think Australia will drop him. He's a match winner. He's just a little bit off form at the moment, but you expect him to come good if he can and score runs. So I don't think he'll be dropped. Han, you say ABC Radio had some guy who sounded like David Gower during the last Ashes. I listened via the internet. I felt cheated when I found out it wasn't him. Who was it, Han? Who was it? It'd be interesting to see who it was. Yes, saying, Han, I saw tins of Milo at Tesco's yesterday. £4.50 seem expensive. Really? Oh, I don't know how much Milo is from on shelves here in Australia. I haven't really had Milo in a while, but I know Richie Beto did an ad in his playing days for Milo. It's quite funny watching that on YouTube. When he was back promoting stuff back in the day. Nature Lover, you say ICC Cricket World Cup 2019 was the best cricket tournament in my life, and I love ODI cricket the most. Yeah, that wasn't bad. The final was good. And it was an okay World Cup in England, in Wales. And that final was especially a good final. Back in 2019. Unfortunately controversial, as we all know, but the rules and the laws and the playing conditions have been changed, which is good. And hopefully we don't see that again. Genuine, you said, but I think 50-over cricket is much better than 5-day test match because in this fast world, no one has time to spend 5 days for a game. Yes, but I think most people would prefer test cricket. Certainly, most people who love test cricket say, I can watch a one-day or a T20 any day of the week, but if it's a test match, I'll go watch the test match. And most people prefer that, really. But as I said, it's your choice. That's why we have 3 formats in cricket. You can't please everyone. So, if you like to watch one or the other, it's up to you. And that's what's great about cricket is that we've got 3 forms of the game that suits all different people, different generations. Different people prefer this format over this. But majority of people would say, I prefer test cricket and I prefer to watch a good, hard-fought test match over 5 days and see both teams give it their all. And we've seen wonderful test matches over the years and many great performances. City Vlog says, hi, I'm from India. Oh, hello, City Vlogs. A very good morning to you over there in India, or good afternoon or good evening. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're well. Han says, I don't know who he was. He was a journalist from the UK, but I forgot his name. Thanks for that, Han. Yeah. Be interesting to see who was a part of that commentary team for ABC during the Ashes last year. So the news here from Manuka Oval is that the covers are coming off, which is good. And I think we're going to get some play. There's some water on the ground. The super stopper is on there, trying to absorb the water. Very important to get rid of that surface water as we try and get the field ready for play. The big covers have come off. There's still the cover on the pitch. That's going to be removed very shortly. So the covers, so the pitch on the cover, the cover on the pitch is still on. The big covers are off. So that's a good sign, I suppose. But they're just keeping the pitch covered at the moment, the small cover on the pitch, not the big cover. So that's a good sign. So probably this band of cloud and rain is probably drifting over Manuka Oval in Canberra. For those who don't know where the ground is, it's in Canberra. It's Manuka Oval. So the umpires are having a discussion, and they'll be mainly talking about how can we get the game back going again, in terms of, okay, let's try and minimize this delay. Let's try and get out there as soon as possible. And they'll be talking about that. They'll be also having their inspection of the ground, making sure it's safe for the players. Of course, you don't want any injuries at this stage. And I think both teams, especially heading towards a T20 World Cup, would not like someone to sprain an ankle or injure a knee or a hamstring or something, given the wet nature of the outfield. So we always have good drainage here in Australia in terms of all the cricket grounds. They have very good drainage. So the water would drain away quite well here at Manuka Oval. So the umpires are talking. They're discussing in the middle. As they do that, we'll continue on with our discussion. And hopefully we'll get some cricket and get some overs in. The umpires just having a walk around the field, just making sure that everything looks good. They've had a look at the weather radar by the ground staff. And they'll probably make an inspection in a few minutes' time. And the rope and the super stopper going around in the outfield. But the good news is that only the pitch is covered and not the main square. So that's an indication that the showers have probably eased off a bit. There's still a little bit of drizzle still niggling there, but hopefully that will clear away and hopefully we'll get a game. As we wait for play to resume, let's continue on our conversation here, and a lot of people asking some questions. Where was I? Genuine. You say, I think 2015 World Cup is the biggest tournament till date because this tournament shows the world the powerhouse potential of New Zealand teams, especially for their fielding. Well, they had a good they had a good 50 over World Cup in 2015, New Zealand. Unfortunately, that final against Australia was not the way it went. Was not the way they would have hoped, unfortunately. You also say genuine 2015 World Cup proved that fielding is very, very important, and cricket is not only technical game, it's also hard-working fielding game like football. Yes, well, it's definitely a very tough game to play. Cricket's a very draining, demanding game, especially at the top level. But anyone who's played cricket, it's very it's a fun game, but it's also a cruel game at times as well, as everyone knows. So the ground staff are rolling up the covers. They're putting it on to the trolley on the tractor. So I've got nothing much more to add on to anything at the moment with the cricket. 6 overs were completed. We're into the 7th over, and then the rain came. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I hope everyone's well. The crowd looked pretty comfortable. Good crowding tonight here at Manuka Oval. Hopefully we'll see a lot more people come in through the gates, especially during the evening. So we've got nothing much at the moment. Rain has come in Canberra. Rain, rain, go away, come again another day, as they say. But the good news is that the main covers on the pitch are off, and only the pitch is covered at this stage. So the rope is being driven around the ground, taking the surface moisture off the top of the field, of course. And I think you wouldn't blame both teams here to make sure everything's done right. You don't want an injury, especially going into a T20 World Cup. And let's be honest, this series is not really an important series. It's mainly a warm-up series for both teams heading into the big tournament, which is the T20 World Cup. Han, you say, is it a coincidence that all good cricket happened before Nick and Gabe started watching and all the legends retired just before too? Yeah, well, it would have been nice if Nick and Gabe experienced those great players, Han. Unfortunately, they have to watch it by highlights or videos as they do on Cricket for Americans. For those who don't know, Cricket for Americans, Nick and Gabe, a couple of Americans from America who love cricket, and they really do love cricket. They're passionate about cricket. They love it. They do watch-alongs, live streams. I've had them on the podcast. I've been on their live streams many times. Great fun. And make sure you go check them out and check out the interview that I did with them a year ago or so now. Yeah, maybe just the timing when they came to start watching cricket on. They just had the timing off. Raj says, hello, hello. Hello, Raj. Hope you're well. Vishnu says, rain over. Yes, it's pretty much cleared. But hopefully we can get back out there and get a game on. City Vlogs, you say, guess which country will win the T20 World Cup? Well, you're talking to an Australian supporter, so I would say Australia, of course. I think they're the favourites, of course, to win. But other teams can win this tournament. Han, you say a lot of Aussies. You say, Jack, a lot of Aussies come over to England in the summer and play local club cricket. Would you ever want to do that? It would be great, Han. It would be good to go over there and play for a club side in a village or something. And that's one of my dreams I always have, playing cricket in other parts of the world. I went to New Zealand for a holiday around about 4 years ago now. And I went to Queenstown. Now, I know in Queenstown, near the airport, you have that wonderful ground overlooking the mountains, and then you have the airport. And it would have been nice to play a game of cricket in New Zealand while I was over there for a holiday. But unfortunately, that wasn't to be. But yeah, it would be good to do that one day. I've known some players probably have done that before. They've gone over there to get experience. I know some of the England players. I think Zach Crawley came over to play club cricket or Premier Cricket in Sydney. Won a couple of seasons, I think. So a lot of players have done it. Yeah, it would be nice to go over there and play cricket in England. Han, experience the game over there because that's where cricket was invented and born, I suppose. I don't mind playing cricket in Australia as well. You know, it's pretty good playing over here. Not in the summer, especially when it's 30 degrees plus. Not a good feeling when you're fielding. So probably in England it will be a bit better with the cold weather and the rain, I suppose, playing on those surfaces over there. But it would be nice. Hopefully one day. Han, you're saying Nick and Gabe missed out on Malinga, saw a shell of AB, D, and Chris Fail, and just missed Alistair Cook playing tests. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they sort of saw the back end of AB de Villiers' career. Chris Gow was past his best. Malinga was getting towards the end as well, but he bowled pretty well towards the end as well, Malinga. I remember that spell he bowled in the Big Bash, and he got 6 wickets for the Stars. Still the best figures in BBL up there. So we're back at Manuka Oval, and there's still rain at the moment. Well, the rain has stopped, but the ground staff are just getting the... Okay, so we've got some news. We're going to get some cricket. Hooray. Fantastic. Now, This may be different to those people watching, but the play is about to restart around about 8:35, around about 8:35 Eastern Daylight Savings Time, which is in Australia, because some states in Australia are under daylight savings. So around about 8:35 p.m. local time, Eastern Daylight Saving Time, the match will begin. I'm not sure if we've lost any overs. I haven't seen that yet, but that's what I know. So we're going to get some play, and play is going to restart in a few minutes, which is fantastic. Both teams are warming up, getting ready. As they do, let's continue answering. Raj says, playing Assassin's Creed. Your video is on the side. What's happening in the game? You haven't missed much, Raj. It's pretty much a quiet start from England. Lost a wicket, Alex Hales, and then the rain came. So pretty much it's been a rain delay for a few minutes. So, but we're ready to get some cricket back. That's for sure. So that's pretty much what's happened. Raj. Also, team news. David Warner's out. Glenn Maxwell will open. Steve Smith comes back. England have made 2 changes. Chris Wilkes, Mark Wood come into the side for Sam Curran and Chris Jordan. Mega Nath, hello. Hi, hope you're well. Great to have you here. By Mel, you say very funny match. Well, it's been an interrupted match thus far in terms of the rain and that. Okay, so we've got some news. The updated playing conditions. It's going to be a 17-over match, so we've lost 3 overs. Power play overs will be overs 1 to 5, and 2 bowlers can bowl 4 overs, and 3 bowlers can bowl 3 overs. That's the changes to the updated playing conditions for those who want to know. So it's a 17-over match. We've lost 3 overs because for every minute you lose an over. So we've lost 3 overs. So that's not bad. At least it's still a game, and it's not one of these T20 matches where there's only 5 overs in the match. So at least that's a good thing tonight. And we'll get a 17-over match in. Han, you say, have they reduced the number of overs? Yes, they have. We've just said that. 17 overs aside. And under the playing conditions, from memory, you lose every minute you lose the match in terms of the time of the match, you lose an over. So I think we lost a few minutes there. So we only lost 3 overs under the calculations, which is pretty good. Genuine, you say, do you want to come to India to watch a cricket match in Ahmedabad Stadium, which is the biggest cricket stadium in India? It would be nice to go over there and watch cricket, experience watching cricket over in India, and be quite exciting, that's for sure. It's always a fun atmosphere over there. John, you said play starts in about 10 minutes. Sorry, my mistake. Play starts in about 10 minutes, but I haven't heard the new over rate. Well, it's a 17-over match, so we've lost 3 overs, I think. As you say, John, 17-over match. Yeah, it's a 17-over match. That's what I saw on the broadcast that I'm watching. They said it was a 17-over match. Han, you say lost 6 overs, not 3. Have we? Just double check. Well, it's definitely a 17-over match. That's what I saw. Let's have a look and see what they're telling us here. Yeah. Okay. So 17-over match. We've got Duckworth Lewis. So whatever target Australia get, it will be changed because of Duckworth Lewis. It usually favours the side batting second. So Australia could be a good chance of chasing down the runs tonight. Okay, so England have faced 6.2 overs already, so they'll have 17 overs in their innings. And Australia will have 17 overs to get whatever runs England get. Han, you say 3 overs per innings loss, so 3 for each team. Yep, that sounds a bit about right there, Han. Just a reminder for everyone, hold off on the spam of messages in the comments. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll try and get to your questions, but hold off on the spam if you can. Where was I? Vishnu, you say, looks like England should play more faster in power play as it is a 17-over game now. Well, the power play's already done. Okay, before the rain came, the power play was already done. So, yeah, already done. So they'll definitely have to accelerate here, knowing that it's a shortened match. Arun, you say you want India to win the T20 World Cup. Well, I would like Australia to win, of course, being an Australian supporter myself. But, India, if they can put out a good performance, they're a good chance of winning. You've got England, you've got New Zealand, you've got Pakistan, South Africa, Sri Lanka. So there's a lot of teams that can compete for this T20 World Cup. John says 6 overs in total, 3 each side. Yep. So we've lost 3 overs from each side, each innings tonight out of the 20. So whatever England set, it will be adjusted with Duckworth Lewis. And it usually favours the side batting second. So if you're a mathematician, you would know how Duckworth Lewis works. But I'm not going to try and explain that because I'm not. So it's very complicated. Arun, you say England play better. Yeah, they play better in this series, but I just feel like tonight it'll be interesting to see how they go about it as they build up to that T20 World Cup. Han, you say, I want Chris Jordan to win the World Cup, then laugh at Gabe manically straight into the camera, or straight into his camera. Well, he doesn't like Chris Jordan, doesn't he, Han? Gabe usually gets hooty, as he says, all the time. All right, so the good news is the players are out in the middle, and we're about to get back in this match. So it's a 17-over match. Power play will be overs 1 to 5 when Australia bat. 2 bowlers can bowl the maximum of 4 overs, and 3 bowlers can bowl 3. So those are the new playing conditions. Vishnu says Sri Lanka is a lot more improved from last year. Do you think any chances for them in the World Cup? They've done pretty well, Sri Lanka. They've done pretty well. And hopefully for them, they'll definitely qualify from Group 1. That's for sure. I think they'll top the group. You can't discount them. They're always a good side in tournaments. They've won the Asia Cup. I know that's a different tournament. Can they make it to the semis? I don't have them in my top 4, but they can definitely challenge. They can definitely be competitive. And you never know. They may cause an upset or 2 in this T20 World Cup. So we should see what they can do. Adam Zampa will bowl his over. There was only 2 balls before the rain delay. He'll be bowling to Butler. Butler's on 25 of 22. Milan, 17 of 14. Here we go. First ball after the rain delay. Zampa bowls to Butler. Butler cuts this through backward point for 4. Well, first boundary after the rain delay. Butler looks in good touch. 50 up for England. This match is going to be interesting in a 17-over match. Raj, you say, I want all of the Indian bowlers to the extent where they have to use Venkatesh Iyer and Jadav Undercat in the team, where they win India the World Cup. That will show Gabe. As Zampa bowls to Butler, Butler pushes us to the fielder at mid-off for a couple of runs. And England, after the rain delay, have started well. A boundary and a couple of runs. Adam Zampa, obviously, this is his first over at the match tonight before the rain came. Unfortunately, we don't like rain in cricket, but it's good that we got some cricket up. So Adam Zampa, what can he do? Butler 31 off 24. Milan 17 off 14. 7 fours have been hit. Zampa runs up, he bowls. This one tossed up, and Butler still gets it behind square for a single. 1 ball left of the 7th. Raj, you say all the Indian bowlers injured. Referring to your previous comment there, Raj. John says Gabe needs to switch to Death Af, if that's what you're saying there, John. As Zampa, 1 ball left of the 7th over. None for 9 from his first over. Milan, 17 off 14, had a good game in the last game. He scored 82 runs in the last game, Milan. So he's in good touch. There's been some questions about his spot in the side. I don't know why people have been questioning his spot in terms of his strike rate and how he goes about it. But he batted well in the last game. Zampa bowls to Milan. Milan moves on to the off stump. And he hits this ball through the mid-wicket region for a couple of runs to end the over. End of the over, it's 1-4-58 after 7. And we've got 17 overs in this match. Rain delay. The rain has caused some changes in the playing conditions tonight. But at least we still got a good competitive match. It's not like it's like a 5-over match or something like that. So good that we didn't lose too many overs. Genuine, you say, do you think Brendan McCullum is the best fielder in terms of ground fielding and running? He certainly was a very good fielder. He did keep wicket in his career, but when he wasn't keeping wicket, he was pretty good in the field. It's the 50 partnership between Butler and Milan, 51 for the second wicket. These two have done nicely since Alex Hales got out early by Josh Hazelwood. Cummins continues. He bowls to Butler. Butler whips this outside off stump to Glenn Maxwell in the deep. And they pick up a single. Genuine, you say Brendan McCullum can run faster than Usain Bolt. I'm pretty sure he can't out sprint him in 100 meters, but I'll definitely have money on Usain Bolt to probably beat Brendan McCullum in a 100-meter sprint. Han, you say, I think a rain delay only helps the team batting second if it comes late in the innings because England still have 10 overs. They can still put up a competitive score. Yes, they can, Han, but you've got to remember Duckworth Lewis. The score will be adjusted and it will favour the side batting second. As Cummins bowls to Milan, he pulls this high into the air and he will get a boundary down to deep square leg, and that's his first boundary after the rain delay. Moves on to 23. Genuine, do you think Mitchell Starc is the best fast bowler on this planet till date? He's definitely a very good bowler, Mitchell Starc. A lot of people have different points about if he's the best in the world at the moment. If you're talking about at the moment, probably not. You've got other bowlers like Bumrah, Shaheen from Pakistan. As Cummins bowls to Milan, Milan swings and misses this and goes straight through to the keeper for no run. John, you say decaffeinated coffee. Now I get it. Yep. Thanks for that, John. Han, you say Gabe can run faster than Usain Bolt. He does it once a week when the sheriff is looking for him. Cummins to Milan, 4th ball of this 8th over. Runs up, he bowls. This one's a short delivery. Milan swings and misses at this one again. Straight through to the keeper for no run. Trying to uppercut it. Milan. So Australia, the field they've got a long off, a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep point, extra cover, gully, slip, a leg slip, and a square leg. That's the field that Australia have got at the moment. For Pat Cummins and Darwood Milan. Han Solo, you say, if Bolt is classed as a fast bowler, then he is better than Stark. Well, they're both left armers and very good at what they do as Cummins bowls to Milan. It's high in the air. Who's underneath it? It is Mitchell Marsh, and he takes the catch. And that is the end of Darwood Milan. He's gone for 23 of 19, and Australia have taken the second wicket, and Australia's catching tonight is much better than it was the other night because they dropped a few catches the other night, Australia. But Mitchell Marsh, he was comfortable underneath that high ball, and Darwood Milan has to go. Now then, it'll be interesting to see who England send in next. It was a slower ball from Cummins. He rolled the fingers around that, take the pace off, and that's why Milan was late on the shot and he mistimed it completely. Good catch from Mitchell Marsh. Now then, will they send in Ben Stokes or someone else here, England? I'm just waiting to see who's coming in next. Is it Stokes? Is it Brook? Maybe changing the... No, it's Ben Stokes. Okay, so they've gone with Ben Stokes at 4 still. John, you've said ball is looking pretty greasy. Yeah, it's not looking... it's quite uncomfortable bowl with a greasy ball, especially if it's a wet outfield. Obviously, you want to keep that ball dry as possible. That's why a lot of the players would have towels in the field. Keep that ball dry. As Cummins bowls to Stokes. This one's a wide delivery outside off stump. Stokes tried to swing at it. He misses it, and it's a dot ball to end the over. Good over from Australia. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 63. So 2 for 63 after 8. 17 over match that we've got. John, you say 2 for. Han, you say Bolt seems to be slower than 90 miles per hour, so I don't know if he is technically a quickie or a very fast medium. You would class him as a fast medium, I suppose, and probably Mitchell Stark a fast bowler because he does bowl 140 plus. As Adam Zampa continues, his second over, bowls to Butler. Butler works this in the cover region for a couple of runs. If he wants it, he'll come back for the second. It's good running. We've got a shortened match here, 17 overs. England would like to get a competitive score, but we've got to remember the Duckworth Lewis will come into effect because of this match being shortened by rain. Adam Zampa, very good leg spinner. He's really improved over the years. Going to be a key bowler for Australia in this T20 World Cup. He runs up, he bowls to Butler. Reverse sweep from Butler. Looking for a single. In the end, Ben Stokes says no, and it's a dot ball. Genuine, you say, don't you think Ben Stokes is the best cricketer on this planet till the date of all time in terms of batting, bowling, fielding? No other cricketer is as good as Stokes in 3 dimensions equally. He's a very good cricketer, Ben Stokes. He's probably going to be one of England's great all-rounders up there with Ian Botham, and Flintoff was pretty good. Zampa bowls to Butler. Butler works this behind square off his pads. They were looking for a single, but in the end, they say no to the single, and it's a dot ball. So good pressure being built by Zampa. Will Butler feel the pressure of these dot balls, knowing that I've got to score? It's a shortened match. I really got to go for it. So here we go. Adam Zampa to Butler. Bowls. This one's tossed outside off stump. Butler slaps this down to Glenn Maxwell at long off for a single. He's definitely a good all-rounder, Ben Stokes. Is he the best in T20 cricket? I'm not sure. But England have got him in the side. Let's see what he can do in this T20 World Cup. But definitely a very good cricketer, Ben Stokes. that World Cup, that final was unbelievable. But in terms of other all-rounders in the world, probably in this generation, but in other generations in cricket, there have been some very good all-rounders that have played the game. And we'll talk about that a little bit after this ball. Adam Zampa bowls to Stokes. He's on strike for the first time to Zampa. He bowls and Stokes works this through mid-wicket. He will pick up a couple of runs. Mitchell Starc does the fielding. And he's off the mark, Ben Stokes. Raj, you say Starc has barely played white ball games compared to many other pace bowlers and has been so much effective in both 2015 and 2019 World Cup. He definitely is among the current greats. As Zampa bowls to Stokes, this one's worked to backward point for a quick single. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 69. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 69. Yeah, he's done pretty well in those two World Cups. Mitchell Starc, 2015, 2019, done very well. He'll be hoping to do very well in this year's T20 World Cup. All right, Glenn Maxwell's into the attack now, and his first ball goes for a single. And Han, you say, I bet Jack is glad that Australia have given Butler a nice warm-up and a chance to find some good form before the World Cup. Well, hopefully we can get him out here now, Han. He's a very good player, Butler, but I would not like him to score a big score tonight, that's for sure, unlike in Game 1. As Glenn Maxwell bowls to Butler. And Butler guides this through the point region for a single. Han, you say, if we are talking about best all-round overall players, then it has to be Sobers, Clive Lloyd, and Jack Cullis. Stokes is nowhere close them in terms of his averages. I would agree with that, Han. As Maxwell bowls to Stokes. Stokes swats this to Aaron Finch at cover for a single. I definitely, Sir Garfield Sobers, definitely one of the best all-rounders that ever played, arguably. An all-round package. He's probably one all-rounder that has done both disciplines well with bat and ball equally. And maybe Callis is closer to him in doing that as well, because both of them were pretty good batters. As the rain has returned again. There's some drizzle falling and the ground staff are coming again. Okay, we've got another rain delay. The rain affecting this match tonight. Another rain delay. England are 2 for 73. The rain has come again. We've got 9.4 overs on the board. Rain delay again. Hopefully this one's not a long one. I'm not sure about in terms of the forecast, the radar. I haven't seen what was happening there, but another rain delay, everyone. The covers are coming back on. That's not a good sight. You want to see the covers off. Unfortunately, there's no rain. Unfortunately, there is rain. Let's hope it's only a brief shower as the ground staff try to cover the pitch and make sure it's not too wet. Yeah, definitely Sir Garfield Sobers. It would have been great to see him play live, but watching the highlights of Sir Garfield, it was unbelievable viewing, that's for sure. One of the best all-rounders that ever played, as I said. And you have other good all-rounders as well, Kapil Dev, Imran Khan, Ian Botham. Richard Hadley was amongst those names as well, but some very fine all-rounders that have played the game. John, you see, I'm at least 2 balls ahead of you now, watching on Fox. Yeah, I'm watching on Fox as well, John. It could be the different streams in terms of where you're watching it, either on KO or on the TV. Could be different in terms of how far the delay is. But we've got a rain delay, so players are off the field again. Han says, I'll take Peak Botham over Peak Stokes too. Oh, he was very good, Ian Botham, especially in that early period of his career. Towards the end of his career, he sort of tapered off a bit, but still a very good cricketer. Okay, we've got a rain delay again in Canberra. We can have a bit of a chat, as we did before the rain came the first time. Vishnu Tarari says, what's the projected score? I'm not sure. I didn't see what the graphics said on the broadcast, but we shall see what sort of score is projected from here. Maybe ESPN Cricket Info will tell us that. Han says 145 is the par score from here. Well, it looks like it if the rain goes away. Unfortunately, again, we've had another rain delay here in Canberra, and it's not good. Let's hope we get some cricket. But at least we can have a chat and discuss various things. I suppose, have a bit of a chat. But thanks to everyone for watching, joining us, subscribing to the podcast. Make sure you like and share and subscribe and click the bell so you don't miss out on these watch-alongs, because we're going to do plenty of more watch-alongs in this T20 World Cup, that's for sure, coming up in the near future. The rain's coming. It's a steady drizzle. It's a bit of a persistent drizzle at the moment. It's only a light drizzle. Let's hope the rain stays away. Han, you say at least England got the first power play before the rain came. Yes, they did. Unfortunately, the rain has returned. We got a bit of England weather tonight, Han, and it's frustrating. You don't like rain around. Dr. Jihan says, don't think this game is going to be completed. What's going on with La Nino going to ruin the tournament? Well, I'm no expert in the weather department, Jihan, more on the cricket side of things. But yeah, it's quite a bit of a wet summer, or wet spring, I should say. But they did say the showers were clearing. I did see that on one of the forecasts. So let's hope that's the case. Let's hope we still get we didn't lose too many overs in that first delay, only 3 overs. Now it gets a bit difficult now. If we start to lose more overs, then it's going to be very difficult to try and get this game started. Now, for a T20 match to be a T20 match, it only has to be 5 overs. So if we get to that stage, then it's not going to be really much of a game, really. But still, it's a game, I suppose. But I think both teams will be not rushing to get back out there, because T20 World Cup's around the corner. You don't want an injury. You don't want someone to get injured now. But let's hope the rain stays away and let's get a game, I suppose. John, you say best all-rounders that I've seen play would be Imran, Hadley and Callis. I don't personally rate both of them that much, but it's just me. They were very good all-rounders. Imran Khan, you had Kapil Dev in there as well. Richard Hadley. Callis was good in this modern generation. But definitely the best ever all-rounder ever, Sagarford Sobers, hands down. That guy could do anything. An absolute genius when it came to batting and bowling for the West Indies, and very fine record. One of the best that ever played, that's for sure. And a bit of an interesting fact about Garfield Sobers, his first ever Test century was his triple century. And that was 365. He went past Sir Lennon Hutton's record of 364, which he got against England, which he got for England against Australia in the Ashes. Many, many years ago. I believe it was in, I'm just trying to remember what year it was. Dr. Sheehan says, play all the games in the West. It's dry over here. Oh, yeah. Obviously, Western Australia didn't have a lot of cricket over the last couple of years. So the rain is falling at Manuka Oval and the light towers are showing the showers. So as we wait, we have a bit of a chat and a discussion as we wait. Maybe I should retitle this live stream, probably live stream watch along / discussion, given the rain delays this evening. Now, a bit of a reminder for everyone, just having a look at the screen now. The West Indies come out for 2 test matches on November the 30th. That will be in Perth. And then the second test will be in Adelaide. It should be a one-sided series, you would think. Australia should win that 2-0. And then South Africa come out for 3 test matches after that series. So it should be an interesting test summer, that's for sure. As Australia try and book a place in the World Test Championship final as they get ready for their tour of India next year, which is going to be an exciting series nonetheless. Raj says, hope the tournament is not rain affected. Really don't want a team winning with the weather help. Yeah, it will be disappointing if that is the case, Raj, but you can't control the weather. Especially if games get washed out and you have no results and you get a point each. That could be crucial. So both teams will be very wary of that as we progress in this T20 World Cup. Han, you say it would have been amazing to see Sobers, Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards, Burfam, etc. in T20s. It would have been. I don't think Sir Gary's all keen about T20s. I watched an interview that Sir Garfield Sobers did in Australia, and he talked about T20 cricket. He said it's great, but it's not cricket. For him, it's not cricket. It would have been nice to see him. Clive Lloyd as well. Viv Richards. I know Nick and Gabe on Cricket for Americans reacted to Viv Richards on Cricket Tuesday this week. A very good player he was for the West Indies for many years. But it would be interesting to see them play T20 cricket. Raj says, don't tell that to Gabe. Well, I think Gabe will be disappointed, Raj, if he's hearing about that, if it's washed out, you get a point and then someone misses out on net run rate or points given the weather. That could be the difference between someone going through to the semis or missing out on a semi-final place. And that's not good. Jihan, you say, on a serious point, why schedule this series for October, November? If you want guaranteed good weather, should be in the peak of summer except Sydney deluges. Well, yeah, Sydney is always worse than summer, isn't it? I won't be surprised if the South Africa test match in Sydney gets washed out again or affected by rain. It always rains every time in January in Sydney. Well, given the schedule, the T20 World Cup was late October, November, and given that this was a warm-up series, they decided to schedule it now. You can't really control the weather, really. You just schedule the series whenever and you hope the weather's good. Unfortunately, this is the first time that the weather has really affected this series. Game 2 was played here at Manuka Oval. We didn't have any rain, but today we've had some rain. So, and obviously in Perth, it didn't rain at all. It was quite nice, actually. But the rain is coming down a little bit heavier, looking at the cameras, and the people in the crowd look disappointed. They look cold. They want to get warm. It's not really a warm evening in Canberra. It's quite cold with this rain. But they're there to watch some cricket. And some people braving the elements. Han, you say also imagine Jeffrey Boycott in T20s. Yeah, that would have been quite interesting to watch Sir Jeffrey play T20s, Han. Very traditional in terms of his methods. A very good player, but yeah, some people said, well, he batted like that for a reason. Well, I suppose he got the job done, but many people argued he was a bit selfish and probably he should have, batted a lot quicker for the team, I suppose, but that's just the way he played. John says, agreed about servers, but I've seen three of those. I've seen three play at the grounds. Wow, that's nice to hear, John. It would have been nice to see Sobers and his pomp and those many great all-rounders, even going back to probably Richie Benner. Would have been great to see Richie play with the bat and the ball. And those other great players like Don Bradman. Would have been great to see him in the flesh. Unfortunately, we weren't born in those periods of time, but watching highlights of those players, they were pretty good at their, given the era they played in. And it's very hard comparing eras, obviously. Different generations, different everything in the game. Raj says, I was talking about West Indies coming to Australia and being a one-sided affair. Well, yeah, it looks like it, Raj. And, it could be an easy series win for Australia. 2-0, I think, in that best of two game series in Perth and Adelaide. John says, boycott, lol, nice leave, lad. Yeah. You couldn't hit that with a stick of rhubarb. One of Sir Jeffrey's sayings. Jihan says, Jack, are there reserve days and reserve venues for this tournament if the rain is too heavy? Jihan, to answer your question, there's no reserve days for the main tournament. So the first round matches and the Super 12 matches, there's no reserve days. So the game will just happen on that day. Now, when we get into semi-finals and finals, you will probably have a reserve day for those semi-finals. I think you do. No, I'll take that back. It's only for the final, I think. The semi-finals, you don't have a reserve day, I don't think, Jihan. I think whoever finished higher goes through. So whoever finished higher in the group stage, Super 12 stage, will go through to the final if it's washed out the semi-final. There's a final for the reserve day, I'm guessing. But I don't think there's one for the semi-finals at all. I have to check that in the playing conditions for the tournament. As we have a rain delay, I will probably search that up and get back to you on that, Jihan. But for the first round matches and for the Super 12 matches before the semi-finals, there's no reserve day. The match will happen. If it rains, so be it. I'm not sure if there's one for the semi-finals, but I'm pretty sure there is. I have to check. I know there probably is going to be one for the final. I'm not sure. But we shall see what the playing conditions say about that. I'll have a look at that on the ICC website, Jihan, with the playing conditions, and I'll get back to you on that. Hans says, CA know that the money comes in from the Boxing Day and New Year's tests, so pajama cricket has to fill in around that. Well, yes, there would be. Obviously, because that makes money as well. Bigger venues, bigger grounds. A lot of people turn up to watch those games. So, of course, there'll be bigger money on offer in those venues. Han says, if there is one player from history that I would want to see live, it will be the Don. I think everyone would say that, Han. I think everyone will say that. Interesting fact about Sir Donald Bradman, actually. I actually went to his house, not in Bowral, not to the museum in Bowral, but where he lived in Adelaide. I went to his house because I was in Adelaide one day and I decided to go past his house where he lived. It's still there, where he lived and where he entertained many cricketers from around the world when they came to Australia to play in Adelaide for a test. Would invite them around to his house for a chat, drinks. I actually went past his house and I saw it. It's still there. I would like to go to the one in Bowral where he grew up. And that's an interesting fact about Sir Donald Bradman. I actually went to his house in Adelaide. And it's still there to this day. John says, no one could predict we'll be hit by the fourth La Nina this year. Well, that's the weather, I suppose. I can't predict it. It's always unpredictable. Jihan says, do you think that World T20 is a meaningless tournament when the 6th ranked team won it last year? And they are back to regain the title despite being ranked low 5th. Well, Jihan, what I'll say about that is rankings are rankings. Okay, they don't mean anything. Yeah, Australia were number 6 last year when they won the T20 World Cup. But rankings are rankings. You got to remember that all teams play different games. They don't play the same amount of games. The way they do the rankings, calculate them. Look, rankings are just numbers. And it doesn't matter if you're number 1 or number 2 in the world or whatever. Who's number 1 in the world in T20 cricket? Is it England or New Zealand or Pakistan? Definitely they'll be the top 3. It doesn't matter. What matters is, can you do it in the tournament? And Australia were good enough to come back after losing that game against England to win the tournament, and they were good enough to do it. And so it's not really a big factor. I think if you talk about more the associate nations coming through and the quality of cricket and trying to grow the game, then that's another discussion. But with the full member nations, when it comes to T20 cricket, it doesn't really matter where they're ranked because they can all do well on any given day. They're all at different levels, but they can still perform well. But T20 cricket, the T20 World Cup, most people would say it is probably the lesser of the tournaments. You'll probably have the 50 over World Cup as the main one, and then T20 second. But in terms of promoting the game, I think it's a good thing to promote cricket. And T20 cricket's the way forward to do that. But a lot of people don't like it, and we have this argument every time about, T20 cricket. Should we have it? Should we have it? But yeah, it's in a way, some people would say it's meaningless because it's T20 cricket. Not a lot of people like T20 cricket. So, but I can understand where you're coming from there, Jihan. But I don't think we should really think about rankings all that much because I don't really care about rankings all that much either. It's how you perform in the series or the game that matters. Hans says, "Well, I guess WG Grace would also be one to see live too." Yes, the Doctor. He was known, WG Grace, the Doctor. Obviously played in the 1800s, and obviously film was quite scarce back in those days. So not a lot of footage of the Doctor in action, but for a person to score 50,000 first-class runs, he must have been a very good player. So, WG Grace, very good player for England, captain England, played for, I can't remember what county he played for. Maybe you can tell me, Han, which county did the Doctor play for, WG Grace? I can't really remember. I did see what county he played for. Just can't remember what it was. Han says, I would never go to the Don's house. I would go to Gary Sweet's house instead. Oh, yes, Bodyline. I did see that comment that you made, Han, on the Cricket Tuesday, I think it was, this week, telling Nick to hurry up about finishing off the Bodyline series as he's reacting to that Bodyline series. Well, he's a busy person, so if he gets some time, he'll probably finish it off and react to the final episode of that series. And you also say T20 is fine margins in cricket. One bad over changes the results, so even a team ranked 10th is still not that far behind ranked number 1. Yes. That's right. Rankings just mean nothing, really. You could be number 10 in the world, you could be number 8 and beat the number 1 team in the world. It doesn't really matter. But T20 cricket's unpredictable. So in this T20 World Cup, like a team like Sri Lanka, for example, who are ranked lower, be wary of them because they've been playing well and they're a good side. And they'll definitely qualify. They'll definitely top Group A, and they'll definitely get into Group 1 in the Super 12. And Australia will be watching that closely to see who finishes top of Group A and second in Group B, because they go through to so they go through to the Super 12 stage in Group 1. Raj, you say T20 is the weakest format for me, but rankings are not the margins to look on how this format performs. Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah, it's the same in probably all cricket, really, but more in T20 cricket. It's, obviously the rankings don't really matter all that much. John, you say any of the top 6 to 8 teams are capable of winning on any given day. Australia always looks scrappy in T20. But as Jack says, most times we're tournament players. Yeah, that's right. Australia tend to play better in tournaments. And look, Australia were number 6, as Jihan said last year in the rankings. But we still won the T20 World Cup, and no one gave Australia a chance because we're, good in playing tournaments. It's just an Australian thing. We always perform better under pressure. And when they lost against England, I thought, okay, it's going to be a bit difficult to come back now. But we did. And that semi-final against Pakistan, we were tested. But Matthew Wade held his nerve and finished off the job. So you can't, underestimate anyone in any tournament, especially T20 World Cup. Anyone could win it. There are many teams that could win this year. The good news is the covers are coming off, which is fantastic. We're going to have some cricket. Speaking about the T20 World Cup, Australia, I'm just having a look at the screen now. They're just showing Australia's T20 World Cup group stage matches, Super 12. First one against New Zealand on Saturday next week, October the 22nd. Then they play at Perth Stadium against a qualifier. And I'm guessing that could be Sri Lanka. And then Australia play England at the MCG on the 28th. Then Australia play a qualifier at the Gabba on the 31st of October. And then the last game's at the Adelaide Oval against Afghanistan on the 4th of November. So you would say Australia would go through based on that group. Hans says, WG Grace petitioned to get Gloucestershire recognised as a county team. He said he would retire if it didn't happen. Oh, yes, as soon as you said that, Han, it did remind me. Yes, Gloucestershire. He did have a connection with Gloucestershire, WG Grace. A very good player. 50,000 first-class runs ain't bad. It's pretty good. In the 1800s, up until, when did he play? Until the early 1900s? And he got better when he was 50 plus, as most players did back in those days. They got better as they aged. Obviously, different game back then, different techniques, different pitches, different players and style of playing the game. But a very fine player he was, WG Grace. You also say, Han, in tests and ODIs, the rankings mean something. Yeah, they do a little bit. I think in test cricket now you have the WTC, I guess, gives you a bit of an idea who's number one in the world. Now then, we've got the updated playing conditions. Unfortunately, we've lost a few more overs. It's going to be a 12-over match, and 2 bowlers can bowl 3 overs, and 3 bowlers can bowl 2 overs. So it's a 12-over match. We've lost a few overs, so we're not far away from finishing this innings for England. It's going to be a 12-over match, which is a shame, but that's just the way the weather goes in T20 cricket. At least it's not a 5-over match. At least it's a significant match, I suppose. 12 overs is okay. It's sort of like a T10, isn't it now, really? Anyway, that's the news. So we're going to get some play. 12-over match. We've lost a bit of time. A reminder, the power plays overs 1 to 4. 2 bowlers can bowl 3 overs and 3 bowlers can bowl 2. As we wait, let's continue our discussion. John, you say Nick has left it hanging, and I'm sweating on finding how it turned out. He is. Well, he's a very busy person, Nick. And I've seen bits and bobs of the reactions he's done for Bodyline. A very controversial series, indeed. But he seems to be enjoying it and understanding what happened back in those days. I did suggest to Nick to watch a documentary that the ABC did on Bodyline, which is on YouTube many years ago now. And he said, I'll check it out when I can. Because I feel like if you watch the television series, it doesn't really portray what actually happened, as we know with television dramas and that. But, by looking at it, it has got some things right and some things not so right. But it'll be interesting to see when he does finish it. John says rankings are just a means of sorting out the group seedings. Yes, they usually go off that in terms of World Cups and that. They use that as a guide. Hans says W.G. Grace had 2 brothers who also played to a high standard. I knew he had some brothers as well. Reading up about him. The Doctor, as he was known, W.G. Grace. You also say, Han, in a test and ODI to a lesser extent, you can have smudge, stay there for a few hours and save a game. In T20, you can lose Butler for a low score, and that is the game over. Yeah, it is, Han. Yeah, it is. That's why a lot of people prefer ODIs over T20s, because given the length and that. Because in a T20, you can come back, whereas in an ODI, you can come back, whereas in a T20, you lose wickets up front. That's it. You lose wickets in the power play, 5 down for not many. That's it. You're either going to make a low score or chase down, or not really chase down the turtles or the target. So, yeah, it's definitely a game on margins and wickets and making sure you don't lose wickets. Hans says, I think the only fair source for a Bodyline series documentary would be the MCC. Well, yes, they were known as the MCC back then in England. They weren't known as England. That was their proper title, proper name, the MCC, back in the day. Albert Einstein says, favourites for the T20 World Cup. For me, well, Australia, definitely favourites. You can't rule out New Zealand or England. Pakistan, if they're consistent. You've got India, despite their problems with their death bowling. They've got pretty good batting. Their bowlers can hold up if they can. So, yeah, there's some teams to win, but I think mainly Australia are favourites, given that it's at home and, they're the best side in the world at the moment in terms of T20s, in terms of winning the tournament last year. So you probably say Australia are favourites, and then, there's some other teams that can come in and cause a challenge and hopefully challenge Australia. Hopefully we have a good competitive T20 World Cup. That's all I want to see. Hopefully we'll get that. All right, so the covers are off. We're about to get some play. It's a 12-over match. England will have 2 overs after this. And it's going to be an interesting match, but the total is going to be adjusted. So we've got to remember that with Duckworth Lewis, whatever Australia chase, it's going to be adjusted, and it's probably going to favour them batting second. Usually does, Duckworth Lewis. Raj says Nick also has a different channel, so it's probably really hard for him to manage everything. Yeah, no, so he's, got other things as well, family life, all that stuff. So he's quite busy. Same with Gabe. Han says, the MCC still sets the laws of the game. I don't even know if they are a cricket club anymore or just a ceremonial entity these days. Well, they're still a club. They've been around since the 1700s, and they've been the custodians of the law since the 1700s as well. So, they're still a club. They're still doing their things there at Lord's. John says the MCC owns the laws I'm not sure what that is, John, but okay. Dr. Jihan says, Nick and Gabe going to join your World Cup streams? I haven't asked him, Jihan, personally. I haven't asked him because given the time difference, I'm not sure. Because what's the time over there? It's like, having a look at the time over there. It's like nearly 3:30 over there. So it's quite early in the morning for them. Yeah, if I'll definitely hit Gabe up on Twitter and say, do you want to join me for the live streams or whatever? He'll probably say yes if it's Australia playing. But yeah, we shall see. I haven't asked him. I haven't really thought about that, Jihan. But if they want to join, that's great. If they can't, that's all right. It would be nice to have a guest because I'm pretty tired of speaking for 3 or 4 hours, and your voice gets pretty tired after a while doing all this by yourself. But I think that's the way it goes with the job, isn't it? So yeah, it would be good to have Nick and Gabe on. I'm not sure if they're doing some live streams either. I know Gabe hinted towards that. I'm not sure. Given the time difference and given their schedules, let's see what happens. But it will be great to have them on. Especially Gabe, if Australia's in a tight match or something, it's always great fun live streaming with Gabe. Raj says, Australia lost 2 series in past months against India and England. I do think they are one of the contenders, but they are no way outright favourites, at least for me. Yeah, that's your view, Raj, but really those series, number one, the one in India was in India. So T20 World Cup's not in India. The series against England's more of a warm-up. So those 2 series are just warm-ups. Both teams, either India or England, they'll be happy about winning the series, but it's about winning the T20 World Cup at the end of the day. That's just the way I see it. It's more of a warm-up and just getting ready for the tournament. Albert Einstein says, is one-day cricket dying? Well, we've already talked about that before. It's in a difficult place at the moment. A lot of people have their opinions about that. I know Usman Khawaja has said he doesn't like it. He thinks it should be 40 overs. Adam Zampa thinks it's too long. Other players think it's too long. So it's definitely in a precarious place. But if you have one-day cricket, people will go and watch it. I know in Australia people will watch it. Other parts of the world they'll do the same as well. But it's still here in the meantime. Hans says, Middlesex play at Lords. I don't know if the MCC play any matches apart from Lords Taverners. They would play there at the end. They would play it there at Lords, I'm guessing. Well, Middlesex obviously play at Lords because that's their home ground because the county is based there. I'm pretty sure the MCC would play club games there. Charity matches or anything like that. Jihan, you said to Raj's point earlier, Raj, I feel like Australia lost those games by small margins without playing well at all. So in context, yeah, it was a very mixed series in both those series that Australia played against England and against India. Hans says, if Jack has Gabe on his channel, I might have to break my good behavior streak. Well, there's a good side to you, Han. But we see sort of the other side on CFA. But at least you're behaving yourself on the stream, which is nice. But if Gabe's on here, I think you'll definitely probably break it, I'm sure. Oh well. John says, as far as I know. Thanks for that clarification there, John. You also say, John, the MCC legally owns the copyright for the laws of cricket. Yeah, they would, because they are the custodians of the laws, and that's their document, and obviously they're the lawmakers of the game. Jihan says, yeah, I agree Australia are playing without confidence at the moment, and Maxwell's form is worrying. Well, hopefully he'll get into good form tonight, Jihan, because he's opening the batting, Glenn Maxwell, with Aaron Finch. So probably that will get him going again. as Josh Hazelwood does some warm-ups, bouncing the medicine ball, trying to strengthen his shoulders and core. The players are warming up. As I said, it's a 12-over match. We've got 2 overs remaining after this, or the England innings. We've got to remember that Duckworth Lewis will come into factor here. At least we've got a game of cricket, I suppose. But thanks for joining us, everyone. It's been a bit of a frustrating evening. But Aaron Finch talking to Stark and Smith on the boundary, talking about tactics and talking about how do we go from here. England will be thinking, well, if we can get 100, you never know. But you've got to remember, Duckworth Lewis would change the target. I'm no mathematician. I don't know how Duckworth Lewis works. But looking at it, it does definitely favour the side batting second. So Australia have a good chance to chase down these runs, whatever target it is. Raj says they are definitely finals team, this Aussie side, but England, India, and to an extent Pakistan are just as much in it. Yeah, they are. Yeah, you can't discount them, but anything can happen in the semi-finals. Raj says, I would very much like India-Pakistan finals. Been a while since I have seen that. Yeah, I'm not just sure. I'm not sure if they played in a World Cup final. I know they played in semi-finals and that, and quarterfinals. But that first game at the MCG will be very interesting. Han says, just reading up about the MCC, they have 23,000 members, 2,000 of which actively play, and they play 480 matches a year, mostly versus schools, universities, and club teams. Interesting. Thanks for that, Han. Thanks for those facts about the MCC. Yes, I say, Han, I hope India lose every game and are humiliated. So I'm guessing you're not supporting India to win this World Cup, Han? Well, it'll be interesting to see how they go. They're under a lot of pressure, India. They're bowling without Bumrah. How's that going to affect them? Do they have the bowlers to defend totals or restrict teams? They have the batting, but the bowling without Bumrah is definitely a big blow for them. Raj, you say first T20 World Cup finals, 2007 India versus Pakistan. Oh, yes, of course. I forgot about that. Raj, thanks for reminding me of that. Yes, and India won in a very close game in South Africa in that final, 2007. Jihan says, is Han English? All righty then. So the players are back onto the field after a bit of a discussion and a chit-chat. We're back. 12 overs per side, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, rolling along on the ticker. We've got 12 overs a side, so 2 overs remaining after this of the England innings. The match has been shortened dramatically. We've got a power play 1 to 4 overs. So overs 1 to 4 is the power play. 2 bowlers can bowl 3 overs, and 3 bowlers can bowl 2. And England, they'll be hoping if they can get over to 100 here, but it has been an interrupted match tonight. The teams are not really too concerned if they want to get out there or not. As I said, you don't want to get an injury before the T20 World Cup. So Glenn Maxwell will finish his over. He bowled that over before the rain delay. Han says, Jihan, I don't think insults are appropriate. Raj says, that was the best finals among all T20 World Cup finals. Yes, it was very close. In the end, Pakistan just didn't quite get the job done. John says, Han keeps trying to wind me up about Marmite and penguins. His behavior is quite poor. I did try Marmite once. To be honest, I prefer Vegemite. I did not like it. It tastes like meat. That's just my opinion. I'm pretty sure Han will say something different. But Marmite, yuck. Not for me. I prefer the old Vegemite on toast. Thank you very much. So Glenn Maxwell, 2 balls left of his over. And he'll be bowling to Ben Stokes, who's on 5. Here we go. First ball after the rain delay. Maxwell runs up and bowls. And Stokes pulls them away over the Dibbly wicket boundary for 6. Well, after the rain delay, Ben Stokes has come out and hit a 6 first ball. And that is the end of Glenn Maxwell's good over as he got dispatched by Ben Stokes. It was short. Ben Stokes was able to go back into the crease and pull that over deep mid-wicket for 6 runs. Good start after the rain delay. So 1 ball left of the over. Glenn Maxwell bowls, and this one's short, and Stokes hits this straight back down the ground, and Steve Smith would do the fielding at long off for a couple of runs to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 81. We've got 2 overs remaining of this shortened match, and we've got to remember Duckworth Lewis will come into equations here. Usually favours the side batting second. So let's see what the adjusted total or target is for Australia in the run chase. Dr. Jihan was saying, no, I was generally asking, I guess I was asking, who does Han support? England, Australia, South Africa, India. Albert Einstein says India hasn't lost any T20 international series against Australia in the past 10 years. He says, at Jihan, South Africa are my favourite team. Jihan says, but you live in England, Han. Han says, I prefer Vegemite to Marmite. I buy the store's own brand yeast extract. Much better and cheaper. As Josh Hazelwood continues to Butler, he bowls, and Butler dispatches this down to the long off boundary for 4. And that's not a good start for Josh Hazelwood in his last over of this match because, he can bowl 3 overs given the changes in the playing conditions. You say, Jihan, yes, I live in England. Luckily, I'm only 8% English, so I can rest easy at night. So, very good shot there from Butler. That boundary down to the long off Josh Hazelwood. So, Australia, what can they do in their deft bowling here? As Hazelwood bowls to Butler, this one's short, pulled away through square leg for 4 runs. And a couple of boundaries to begin the over. Hans says, Promite is not bad either. I never heard of Promite before. Albert Einstein says, England overrated? Well, I'm not sure about that if they're overrated. They're a good side. I don't know. That's something that the England fans can answer. 2 boundaries to start the over. Hazelwood bowls to Butler. This one's full, outside off stump. Pass. Adam Zampa at short third man. Him and Mitchell Marsh are chasing, but the ball wins and hits the boundary rope. And the umpire signals 4 runs. 3 fours to begin the over. So Butler on a mission. He knows that we've got a shortened match and he wants to get on with it. And that's the half century for Butler. 50 off 35 deliveries. He's played well tonight, given that the match is shortened. Han says, Promite is like a Sweden New Zealand yeast extract. Much more mild, I should say, than Vegemite. Is it? I didn't know that. Hazelwood bowls to Butler. This one's hit back down the ground to long off. Mitchell Starc does the fielding. They come back for 2. So Josh Hazelwood, an expensive over. 3 boundaries in a row to start the over and a couple of runs. So not a good start to this over from Hazelwood. 2 balls left of the 11th. So definitely something for Hazelwood to think about. How can he finish off this over? We've got a slip, gully, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, backward square, fine leg, and a deep point. Hazelwood to Butler. Bowls. This one's full. Butler carves this through the covers, and wonderful piece of fielding from Glenn Maxwell. Sticks out the right hand, cuts it off, and they'll come back for 2. Well, Glenn Maxwell, good in the field, as we know. Very fast, athletic. Han, you say the England cricket team are tolerable. The England soccer team, pure hatred. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Hope you're enjoying live stream watch along / discussion, because that's what we've done tonight. It's been a bit of a interrupted game tonight because of the rain and the weather. As Hazelwood bowls to Butler. This one's short, and Butler pulls him over square leg for 6. That's not the delivery to be bowling. It's an expensive over from Josh Hazelwood. 4, 4, 4, 2, 2, and 6. End of Hazelwood's overs tonight. End of the over. It's 2 for 103 after 11. And not what Josh Hazelwood wanted in that over. An expensive over. But we have to remember, this is a shortened match. Duckworth Lewis will come into the equation. But Butler, 60 not out. He played well in the first game. And in the last game of this series, he's doing quite well. Some very good shots. He's played all around the ground. He's been inventive. He's been creative. And very good signs for England that he's scoring some runs. Butler, 60 not out for him. And that last 6 over deep square leg. And Glenn Maxwell will bowl the last over of the innings. He bowls to Stokes. Stokes gives this a big heave onto the leg side behind square for a couple of runs. England on 2 for 105 with 1 over left in this innings. Albert Einstein, biggest rivalry in cricket. You would say Australia versus England. India, Pakistan, Australia, India are probably the top rivalries in cricket. Maxwell bowls to Stokes. Stokes, he tried to hit this over mid-wicket for a 6, but in the end, he didn't time it. And it goes to short fine leg for a single. Raj, you say Australia, England, India, Pakistan. Yep, couple of good big rivalries there. Here we go, Maxwell. About to bowl this third over of his over. Bowls to Butler. This is high in the air. Is there a fielder underneath it? No, it falls safe. Glenn Maxwell will do the fielding. They'll come back for 2. And already 5 runs off the last over of the innings. A reminder, it's a shortened game. 12 overs is the maximum overs tonight. We've lost some time. That was high in the air from Butler for a moment there, but well safe of any fielder. Maxwell bowls to Butler. This one's short. Maxwell pulls this down to long on for a couple of runs. They'll come back. They'll get 2. Raj says Australia, India is rising, but nah, Australia, England, the Ashes, and India, Pakistan. Hans says West Indies versus Gabe is the biggest rivalry. So 2 balls left of this over. Maxwell's done okay, I suppose. It's not a big over. It's 3 twos in a single with 2 balls left. He bowls to Butler. Butler swings at this one outside off stump and pulls it through mid-wicket for a single. Stokes will be on strike for the final ball of the innings. England 2 for 111, but we've got to remember that score will be adjusted with Duckworth Lewis. Dr. Jihan says John Campbell versus Gabe. Hans says Gabe framed John Campbell. Here we go. Last ball of the innings. Partnership 48 for the third wicket. Maxwell about to bowl to Stokes. He's 16 off 9. He runs up, he bowls, and Stokes hits him back down the ground for 4. No, he doesn't. My mistake. I got a bit excited there. And in the end, Steve Smith does the fielding at long off. And a couple of runs in the end, but we're going to have a look at the run out. Ben Stokes was trying to go for the second run. He slipped. And that's understandable given we've had some rain and the surface being slippery, especially the outfield and the square. So we're just going to have a look at the run out to see if he's out. It doesn't really matter. The end of the innings has finished. I think he's run out. Let's have a look. Try to go for the second run, Stokes. He slipped. his foot was out of his ground. He was out of his ground there. Let's have a look. Now he's safe. That's fine. So no damage done there. England will finish their innings. And just having a look at the run out. Yep, pretty much safe there from Ben Stokes as the bails were removed. His bat was in his ground. That's okay. I think that's fine. Third umpire was not out. So England, 2 for 112 after 12 overs. Rain-shortened match here at Manuka Oval tonight for this third game of the series. So once we get information about Australia's target, we've got to remember it's going to be changed because of Duckworth Lewis. So the innings break, I think it will be a short innings break, and then we'll get back out there for the resumption of this match. So thanks for joining us, everyone. Make sure you subscribe and like the stream and share and click the bell so you don't miss out on these watch-alongs. And Albert Einstein, your age. I'm not going to reveal my age, obviously, because I don't want to. But it's in the 20s. I'll provide that much. So I've been scoring some good runs. It's a bit slow to get to the half century, but we've started well, I suppose. To put a cricket spin on that. So to answer your question, Albert Einstein, in the 20s. So it's not a bad start in terms of cricket terms, that is, getting off the mark and scoring runs. Raj says almost every house has a broken phone, radio, or TV when it comes to India, Pakistan. Yes, it does. Yes, say Raj, we can't just help ourselves. Raj says, I will pick Nick's calls 100 times before I hear Gabe complain about Australia being in group of death. Han says 112 is a decent score from 12 overs. Yes, but we've got to remember, Han, that will be adjusted because of Duckworth Lewis. So that will usually favour the batting side, batting second. So we'll have to see what the adjusted total is. But that's not bad from 12 overs. It's okay. Han says, a Gabe round is a joy to behold. It is. It's it's quite interesting when he goes off on his rounds. Han, you say Jack is 2 for 22. Yes, the words of Richie Benner there, 2 for 22. As he said many times on commentary. Alrighty, so England are 2 for 112 after their 12 overs. It was a rain-shortened match. And Australia, be interesting to see what their target is, because we've got to remember that Duckworth Lewis plays a part when there's rain. So that will be adjusted. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in and watching us. Having a look at the poll in the chat that we have. Around about 60% say Australia should win, around about 40% England. That'll be interesting to see who comes out on top in this one. But we'll end the poll there, and let's see if that's the actual result. Raj says that's good for viewing, I guess. I think that's referring to Gabe's rants. They're always interesting. Gabe's passionate. Let's just put it that way. He's passionate and he cares. And he wants the teams that he's supporting to do well, as everyone would like. But sometimes it doesn't quite go to plan. Let's have a look at the score here. So England are 2 for 112 after their 12 overs. Shortened match. Let's just have a brief summary of what's happened thus far. Only 2 wickets to fall in the innings. That was Alex Hales for a duck, caught by Finch, bowled by Hazelwood. Darwin Malan was the second wicket to fall. That was Mitchell Marsh, caught by Mitchell Marsh, bowled by Pat Cummins. Butler finished on 65 not out of 41 deliveries. Ben Stokes 17 not out of 10. The Australian bowlers bowled okay tonight in a shortened match. a wicket each for Hazelwood and Cummins. No wickets for Stark, Samper, and Maxwell. So that's how Australia went about things in their inning bowling performance tonight. It'd be interesting to see what target they will chase. Obviously, Duckworth Lewis, they will adjust the total, and let's see what they'll be chasing in these 12 overs. John says, a shame about this match is Australia still can't get a read on their deft bowling. 2 down, 2.2 overs left is just swing hard time. There was nothing to lose for England. All we can do is look at the batting. Yeah. Okay. So 130 is Australia's target. They need 10 and over from 12 overs. 130 for Australia to win. Duckworth Lewis. Okay. That's the adjusted total. So 130 to win for Australia. That is the target with Duckworth Lewis in mind. 130 on Duckworth Lewis. And Australia chase that down. They need 10 and over from the start. You would say probably going to be a bit difficult given the shortened match. But I was quite surprised when I saw that. 130. I thought it was going to be a bit lower than that, given how Duckworth Lewis works and all that. Anyway, I'm no expert on Duckworth Lewis, so it's the way that the calculations have been made. 130 of 12 overs, they need 10 and over. So you would say England will be pretty happy with that, given what Duckworth Lewis has done. It's added some runs on to their total. Yes, Han, 130 in 12 overs. So that's the adjusted target for Australia. So I was quite surprised, actually. Duckworth Lewis usually favours the batting side second. I'm no expert in terms of how the table works and the calculations. It's over my head. I wasn't very good at maths, but the wickets as well. Seeing that England only lost 2 wickets, as Raj says here, like that Duckworth Lewis takes into account the wickets as well. Seeing that England lost 2 wickets, it's really helped them in terms of Duckworth Lewis. So if Australia got a few more wickets, it would have helped. That's how Duckworth Lewis works. It takes into account how many overs you got left, how many wickets. Raj says, still think it needs to be revised for T20s. You probably think, and I think most people would say it needs to be revised overall. Han says, I told Gabe it is mind over matter. I don't mind and you don't matter. Yes, I say, Han, if Australia win the World Cup, they should change the stupid chant to Osvert, Osvert, Osvert. Well, maybe they will. Okay, then, Australia need 130 runs on the Duckworth Lewis from 12 overs. They need 10 runs and over to achieve that. It's going to be Aaron Finch and Glenn Maxwell to open the batting tonight, because David Warner is out because of a precautionary measure, given that he hit his head in the last game in terms of fielding, banged it into the turf. So he's not playing tonight. He's been rested. So Glenn Maxwell, can he get into the runs? Australia need 130. The power plays overs 1 to 4. 130 from Duckworth Lewis for Australia. I think it's going to be an interesting chase, but England will be quite pleased with how the revised total or target has gone for them, because it's actually favoured them. Actually, you would say England probably ahead. They'll be comfortable, but Finch and Maxwell, if they can get off to a good start, then probably 130 is not going to be enough. But from 12 overs, it's going to be interesting. So it's going to be Glenn Maxwell, Aaron Finch to open the batting. David Warner not playing tonight, as I mentioned. And everyone in the chat, let's get a poll up. Can Australia chase down 130? So it's going to be Aaron Finch on strike in his 100th T20 international for Australia. He's on strike and taking guard, and he's going to face the first ball. And Chris Woakes back into the side tonight. He missed out the last game being rested with Mark Wood. So can Australia chase down 130? Let us know in the poll. Can they chase it down? So let us know in the poll. Vote yes or no. Here we go. First ball of the Australian innings. 130 runs to win. Duckworth Lewis in mind. Here we go. Aaron Finch on strike to Chris Woakes. Glenn Maxwell at the other end, opening the batting tonight in place of David Warner. Here we go. Woakes runs into bowl to Finch, and Finch advances down the wicket, and he's out first ball. He's out first ball, caught at deep point, and in his 100th T20 national, Aaron Finch has gone for a golden duck. That's not the start Australia needed. Finch is gone, and Australia on the back foot in game number 3. Well, Aaron Finch went down the wicket and in the end hit it straight to the man at deep point. Harry Brook takes a very good catch. And that's not the start that Australia needed, I'm afraid, in this power play. It's overs 1-4. Aaron Finch gone for a golden duck. It's 1 for none. Mitchell Marsh joins Glenn Maxwell at the crease. And definitely if Marsh, he's been batting well in this series, Mitchell Marsh. Tonight, he will need to score these runs for Australia with Glenn Maxwell. This partnership needs to get the job done. Australia's top order would have been very conscious about what happened in the last game and what happened in the game before, about trying to get the job done. Mitchell Marsh, he's been batting well. He's had starts in the series as he now faces his first ball off Chris Woakes. Back into the side, gets a wicket. Now, Mitchell Marsh, in the last game, he got 45. So he'll be looking to get that tonight. If Australia get 45 from him, then they'll pretty much win this match. And they're gone! He's gone! He's gone! He's on a hat-trick, Chris Woakes! Well, it's all going wrong now. It's all happening here at Manuka Oval, as Bill Laurie would say, the great Bill Laurie. It's all happening here at Manuka Oval. And Woakes has got 2 and 2. And that's the end of Mitchell Marsh. Probably put the commentator's curse on him. It was a leading edge. He was trying to work it to square leg, and he hit it straight to short third man. Darwin Milan takes the catch. He's on a hat-trick. England, a cock-a-hoop. And it's probably their game to win now. Australia, 2 for none. Marsh gone for a golden duck. Well, we could see a hat-trick here. I hope that's not the case if you're an Australian supporter. But 2 for none, eh? It's all happening here at Manuka Oval. And the wickets, Finch, gone. Golden duck, first ball. Hit it straight down deep point's throat. And Harry Brook, second wicket, second ball. Marsh tried to work it through mid-wicket, leading edge. And it was Darwin Milan who took a catch at short third man. Steve Smith arrives at the crease with Glenn Maxwell yet to face a ball. 2 for none in the run chase. Not a good start for Australia. Can they still do it? They've still got a lot of power hitters to come, and Storness and David and Wade. Steve Smith's not a power hitter, but he'll probably need to be tonight. Glenn Maxwell's out there. He's opening the batting. Woakes in for the hat-trick. And Smith defends it nicely to cover. And it's a dot ball. Gets away with that. And no hat-trick tonight for Chris Woakes. And unfortunately for me, I didn't quite see or call a hat-trick. Hopefully we get one very soon. But Steve Smith, a very good, solid defense, first ball. Australia don't need to be defending. They need to be scoring boundaries. Woakes to Smith. This one, a play and a miss outside the outside edge, and there's no run. The ball swinging, hooping around. It's a bit wet. It's a bit damp. The pitch has got some moisture. And that's a good delivery from Woakes, challenging the outside edge of the New Balance by Steve Smith's bat. Glenn Maxwell. This is a perfect situation for him. If he wants some runs tonight, it's about trying to get into form here. Smith faces Woakes. It's a leading edge. got squared up. It goes out to the man in the deep on the offside for one. He's off the mark. Maxwell yet to face the ball, and he's seen everything happen from the other end. Raj, you say definitely they can. Not sure they would. Well, it doesn't look good at the moment. 2 for none. John says, I don't mind that we have to chase that. The top order needs a good test, and a low run chase wouldn't accomplish much for match practice. Well, in a bit of trouble at the moment. 2 for 1. Maxwell to Works. Works runs in, bowls, and Maxwell tries to flick this, but it's down the leg side for a wide. So Australia off the mark with a single and a wide. They need 128 runs to win off 67 balls. Duckworth Lewis need 130. Let's see what happens as this match progresses. Han says, I bet Australia wish they had batted first now. I think so too, Han, given the weather around. Wokes bowls to Maxwell. This one traps Maxwell on the pads. He's nearly run out. He was halfway down the pitch. There was an LBW appeal. Chris Wokes said it probably went down the leg side. Butler says, I probably agree with that. I don't think we should review it. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 2 after 1 over. Well, what a start to this run chase. Carnage, everything happening. It's 2 for 2 after 1. 11 overs remaining. And, geez, that's all happening, as Bill Laurie would say. It's all happening here at Manuka Oval. Where's Bill Laurie when you need him commentating this match? He would have been up and about out of his seat. He would have been up and about, enthusiastic as always, Bill Laurie. A very exciting over. John says, well, this isn't what we needed. No, not at all. 2 for 2 is not a good start. Han says, 130 from 12 doesn't suit the Aussie batting mentality. They don't have the big guns like England to come out all guns blazing. Reece Topley bowls the second over. He bowls to Maxwell. He bowls to Smith. It's a dot ball. Yes, but I guess it's a perfect opportunity tonight to see if Australia can do it. You never know. At T20 World Cup, you may chase 130 in a rain-shortened match. You never know, given the weather around lately. But England will definitely be happy about the 2 wickets and about batting first. England definitely in the box seat as Topley bowls to Smith. He runs up, he bowls. This one's a short delivery. Smith punches this through to the man at mid-off for a quick single. And Ben Stokes does the fielding. Han says, Wokes getting the hat-trick would make Nick swoon. Well, he would have been exciting, Nick. Would have been excited, I should say, about if he did get the hat-trick. Obviously, Captain America, Chris Wokes, as he often refers to him. Raj says, I don't mind Aussie losing. I just don't want to see England winning this one. Topley bowls to Maxwell. He swings and misses at this one, Maxwell. He wanted to hit this one out of the ground for 6. Australia got to go at 12s. Not ideal losing 2 wickets. It's 12 runs and over in a shortened match tonight. Han says, I mean, Warner, Maxwell, etc. seem to want to take a few balls to settle in. England's batsmen go after everything from the first ball. Yeah, they seem to do, but Maxwell and Smith can't afford to do that. As Topley bowls to Maxwell, this one's short and hit over the rope for 6, over square leg for 6. Glenn Maxwell is off and running. He's off the mark with a 6. And that's what Australia need from him. It was short. He hit that in front of square on the offside. He pulled that in front of square on the offside. It was a short delivery from Topley, sat up, and he dispatched that over square leg for 6. In front of square leg for 6 runs. And that's his first 6. And he's off the mark as well, Glenn Maxwell. Can he do it? Here we go. Topley to Maxwell. Bowls. This one's short down the leg side from Topley. A wasted delivery. Nothing delivery, really. Got to get the line right. You can't afford to give extra runs and extra deliveries to Australia here. Otherwise, Australia will be fancying their chances at winning this match. Han says, Dr. Jihan loves a whitewash, so let's get one today. Well, it looks like that, Han, at the moment. But with Maxwell at the crease, you never know. Topley bowls to Maxwell. This one's full, and Maxwell drives it straight to Stokes at mid-off. There's no run. 1 ball left of the second over. Australia need 130 runs. They're 2 for 10. Can Australia do it? Can they chase down these runs? People have voted in the chat, in the poll. 60% of you say no, 40% say yes. As Topley bowls to Maxwell, this one's banged in short. Maxwell pulls this through square leg for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 11 after 2 overs. 2 overs left of the power play. Raj says all Aussies love their whitewash. Doesn't matter if they are playing Test series against India. In India, they will predict 4-0 for Australia. Han says, as an Aussie fan, you must be worried about how this team is playing going into the World Cup. I'm not really too concerned, Han. Yes, we haven't played well, but it's not the T20 World Cup. It's just an ordinary series. I'm happy that Australia are having bad games now. Come the first game against New Zealand, I think Australia can win against them. As Wokes bowls to Maxwell, this one's down the leg side, and Maxwell helps it on its way down to fine leg for 4. And Maxwell getting into the runs now. You need some runs. It's 119 off 59 now required. So if Australia have a couple of good overs here, game on. Now that probably hit Glenn Maxwell on the thigh, probably on the thigh guard for leg buys, and it was. So 4 leg buys in there. I'm not worried too much, Han. As I said, yes, a little bit worrying about how they're tracking at the moment. But given that this is a warm-up series, it has exposed some problems, and I think Australia would learn from that. As Wokes bowls to Maxwell, this one's a full delivery, dug out well from Maxwell, hits it down the ground to mid-on for a single. And he's looking to try and get Australia over the line. But going into the T20 World Cup, once that happens, once the tournament starts, I think Australia will be back on it again. It is a little bit of a concern, but look, the series in India, the series against the West Indies, the series against England were a bit of a mixed result, but I'm not really too concerned. I think Australia are still favourites. You can't discount them. It's just that they haven't been playing well, given they haven't really done the basics well with the batting or the bowling at times, but they're a good side. As Wokes bowls to Smith, this one's hit Smith in the stomach, and in the end, they scamper through for a leg bye. I think that's Steve Smith's job here. I think that's just to get off strike and get Glenn Maxwell on strike. That's the way to go. Han says the Aussies have to beat England and New Zealand to make it out of the group. On this form, they could easily lose both. Yeah, as Wokes bows to Maxwell, this one's a short ball, and Maxwell gets out of the way this nicely, sways out of the way, watches it all the way to the keeper and Butler for no run. Yeah, but England could lose easily as well, Han. What I'm trying to say is when you get into a tournament, it's a different thing. Like tonight, this series is nothing on the line, really. It's not like you're going to win the T20 World Cup tonight, but in a tournament type situation, it is very different. And in the air and gone, Wokes has got Maxwell. That's the big wicket. He's gone for 8, so Glenn Maxwell's experiment at the top of the order has failed. And he's gone for 8. Australia 3 for 17. He did not quite time that at all, Glenn Maxwell's a poor shot. Ben Stokes takes the catch easily. He's taken a very simple catch. That is the end of Glenn Maxwell. Well, the experiment has failed. Glenn Maxwell opening. I thought he would have done better tonight. He hasn't. He's gone for 8. Australia 3 for 17. And making it a bit harder for themselves. This is the thing with Australia. I want to see some smart batting. I don't want to see some reckless batting. And that was just mindless from Maxwell. I'm sorry. A lot of people would say that's the way he plays. I'm not buying that. I think that's a bit of a cop-out. I'm sick of when players say that, oh, that's the way he plays. He can play better than that, Glenn Maxwell. I'm sorry. You've got to use your brain and be a lot smarter than that. Marcus Stoinis comes to the crease. Now, he's been batting well in this series. He had a pretty good last game. Having a look at his last game, he scored 22 runs in game number 2. So hopefully he can score a lot of runs tonight. Australia need 113 off 55. They need one good partnership, I think, to do this. The wickets are a problem. Wokes has got the first 3 wickets, 3 for 3. Last ball of his second, he bowls to Stoinis. This one's down the leg side, and Stoinis glides this through, square leg for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 18 after 3 overs. Not a good start for Australia in this run chase. A shortened match, 3 for 18. They need 130 to win. Been good. Raj says Sri Lanka could pose a threat too. Not sure which group they will go into, though. They're in Group 1, Raj, so they will go into the Group number 1. So they'll play Australia, England, New Zealand, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, which you think they'll go into that group. They'll finish it on the top of the table in Group A. So they'll go into Group 1 for the Super 12, Sri Lanka. Albert Einstein says all Aussies get in form in ICC events. Yes, they tend to play well. John says, oh dear. Yes, John. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I think it was Bill Laurie that said, dear, oh dear, oh dear. As Willie comes into the attack, he bowls to Stoinis. This one's a short ball. They run for a quick single. It was jammed into the body of Marcus Stoinis, but he got it onto the leg side for a quick single. And they'll get a single in the end. Han says, I think England easily outgun Australia. If England has even semi-decent bowling, then they will top the group. New Zealand can take wickets, so if they're batting clits, they can also be top 2. Yeah, they can, and you can't discount them. But I still think Australia should go through, in my opinion, as Willie bowls to Smith, and this is glided nicely through the point region for 4 from Steve Smith. He picks up a boundary, and Australia needed that. They need 12 runs and over. That's not going to be an easy task, especially in 12 overs. This one from Willie, a bit short, and Smith glided that nicely behind point on the offside for 4 runs through the backward point region. This is what we want to see from Steve Smith. Try and up the tempo, up the strike rate if he can. Willie bowls to Smith. This one's full, and Smith hits it straight to Darwood Malan at backward point for no run. Oh dear, we've got some rain. The rain is falling here at Manuka Oval. I think that will save Australia. If you're an Australian fan, you'll be crossing your fingers and saying, okay, so now there's a bit of rain here. Australia need 38 for the Duckworth Lewis. If they get that and we stop, that's the game over. Australia win. Willie bowls to Stoinis. He tries to hook this down to fine leg for a potential 4 or 6, but in the end, it's a dot ball. He misses it. Now, we've got a bit of drizzle coming down. Not surprising. Tonight's been a very interrupted match. Now, I just had a look at the pass score on the scoreboard. Australia have to be 38 runs. 38 runs is the Duckworth Lewis pass score. If Australia get that, they win. Willie bowls to Stoinis, and Stoinis backs away and hits him over cover for 6. What a shot. And Australia, they know they have to be in the Duckworth Lewis here. They have to be on the pass score when the teams go off, if we do go off. That was short from Willie, and he cut that over cover for 6. Marcus Stoinis to end the over. 3 down, 1 to go in the power play. Australia, they need the Duckworth Lewis to help them here, and I think it will. If they reach the pass score, as I had a look on the scoreboard, was 38. That changes from ball to ball. Oh dear. Oh dear, the players are coming off. It was the 5th ball of the over. So 3.5 overs have been bowled. We've got rain again. The players are off. I think this could be the match, and I think we have a no result here. I'm guessing... No, sorry, my mistake. Scrap that. If we go off here, Australia would lose the match. England will win by Duckworth Lewis because the pass score is around about 38 runs. Australia are 8 runs short. So they'll be hoping to get back on and get past it if they can. But we have another rain delay again, and it's not a good side again. Rain coming down again. But I think for Australia, if they were ahead of the pass score, they would have been favourites to win. Steve Smith looks a bit cheerful. He's smiling. I don't know why he's smiling. He should be disappointed. And I think Australia will be a little bit disappointed in the way that the start of this run chase. The big covers are coming on. That's not a good sign. I think this game is done. Sorry to be a party pooper, but I think it's going to be over. Albert Einstein says Maxi is just like Saman, who scores only in crucial stages. Raj says kind of like Pant. Han says, I honestly think that for Australia, too many top players all got old at the same time. John says rain is returning. Yes, the rain has returned. Han says with 3 wickets, will the Duckworth Lewis help or harm Australia with the rain coming back? Well, Han, with the Duckworth Lewis, there's a pass score. So at the end of each over, the pass score is what you need to be at. So I had a look at the scoreboard when they showed it. The pass score was 38. So Australia came off at 3 for 30. So if the game does not get started within a certain amount of minutes, then England win the match on Duckworth Lewis because Australia are 8 runs short of the pass score. So that's how the Duckworth Lewis works in this instance. For Australia to win, they will have to come back out and try and get past the pass score and try and chase down the runs if they can. But if they can't, then England will win on Duckworth Lewis because Australia are behind the pass score, which is 38 or something like that. So that's not good. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. In England, they'll be favourites to win. A lot of people are leaving. Pretty much know the game's pretty much done now. And just having a look, what's the time? And sorry about that, everyone. And a bit of a mosquito flying around in my room here. So rain has come back again, and Australia will be disappointed about how they started in this run chase. We'll get to your questions. I'll be right back, everyone. I just have to do something, but I'll be right back. I'll be back in a couple of seconds. Sorry about that, everyone. We're back. Just had to do something there, but we're back. Raj says runs increases the more you lose wickets, I think. Yes. So the more wickets you lose, that pass score keeps going up and up and up. If you don't lose too many wickets, it will be just right. So for Australia, it is not good that they're off at the moment. I think this could be it. I think the game's going to be over. Raj says, for a certain amount of wickets, you need to be at a certain stage to think they would eventually win. Yes, that's right. That is right. That requires runs. Yep, that's exactly right there, Raj. Well done. Raj, you say, what is the minimum amount of overs faced by both teams to have a result? Okay, so you need to face 5 overs in a T20 match. 5. As long as you face 5 overs, that constitutes a match. Now, be interesting to see what happens here. Australia are behind on Duckworth Lewis in terms of the pass score. So seeing that we already had the first innings, if they don't get back on here, I think England have won the match. But we shall see what happens if they do come back on and what happens with the changes and all that. Han says Smudge is smiling because he knows he won't be out for a terrible strike rate now. Han says, is the pass score per overs bowled? If it got to the 7th over, would it be still 38? It changes every ball, Han. So every ball it changes. It just continues to change every time. So it will be 38 one ball. Then if you lose a wicket, it goes up or something like that. It's very complicated, Duckworth Lewis. And a lot of people need a mathematical degree to work it out what it means. John says, Fort, they had to get 5 overs in minimum. Well, yes, that's constitutes a match. So considering that Australia haven't faced the 5 overs, I think you got a good point there, John. I think that that will be the case maybe. If 5 overs were already bowled by now, then the match would end it in a result. But seeing that the match hasn't reached that point yet in the Australian innings, I think this could be a no result. And I think both teams will be shaking hands very shortly if we don't get back out there. John says 10 to 15 p.m. Yes, it is around about that time in Canberra. Different time zones, of course. So we are approaching the time where it's either we go ahead or we don't. We're approaching that time now of uncertainty. Han says, so if they complete the 4th over, it could be 35 or it could be 45. Something like that, Han. I know that's how it works, but I'm not sure behind the mathematics because I don't have a degree in that. That's why a lot of people don't understand it. But that's how it works. If you lose a wicket, it goes up after a certain amount of overs. So if you're, certain amount of runs, wickets after 10 overs or something, the pass score is like 50 or something or whatever. In this case, it was 38 when Australia went off or something like that. So Australia are 3 for 30. So they're behind on Duckworth Lewis. But with what John said about the 5 overs, we haven't reached 5 overs yet. If England bowled 5 overs in the Australian innings, they would have won this match. But I'm not sure. I have to reread the playing conditions. But if that's the case, then I think this match will end in a no result. Or England winning. We have to see. Han says, I guess the Stoiner 6 changed the calculation to, yes, it would have. It would have. So 3.5 overs, they're 3 for 30. The pass score with that 6 has changed where Australia needs to be at after 4 overs. So that's how it works in a way. So you've got to be X amount of runs after 4 overs or something. If you're ahead of it, and if we go off a rain, you can win. So, yeah. That's how Duckworth Lewis works. Very complicated, but I hope that answers your question, Han. I'll need to read the playing conditions again and see. Or, in the meantime, while we have this delay, I can have a look at the playing conditions on the ICC website and see what they say. But the players are sitting around. John says, if Australia can't face 5 overs, I thought it would be a no result. Yeah, John, you are right about that. You need 5 overs to constitute a match in T20s. It's 12 overs for one-day cricket, 5 for T20s. So Australia haven't faced 5 overs yet in their innings. So I'm just getting the playing conditions up and seeing what's going on the ICC website because they do provide that. And be interesting to see what the playing conditions say. If I can get that up quickly as we have this rain delay. So the players seem to be pretty calm, pretty happy. I think so. It's just gone past 10:15 in Canberra. I'm just having a look at the clock. I think we're nearly at that point of no return in terms of the time remaining in the match. So if we don't start by this amount of time, then the match is going to be either England win or there's a no result. As I try and look up on the playing conditions for everyone to see what's going on. Let's have a look. See what's going on and what's the case. Here we go. Okay, T20. Let's see. There we go. T20 World Cup playing conditions. There we go. Okay. Okay, we'll be looking at the result. Okay, the result. So that's I'm just looking at the playing conditions for everyone just to try and clarify what's going on and if this match is going to be okay. Here we go, the result. Here we go. Okay, now I found the point for interruptions in matches in terms of calculating of the target score. Okay, there we go. Win. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, so under law 16.1 in the playing conditions, under law 16, which is the result of a match. Okay. If the okay, so I found the playing condition. Here we go. Law 16, the result. 16.1a, I win. Now it's 16.1.2. Save for circumstances where a match is awarded to a team as a consequence of the opposing team's refusal. That's a refusal to play. Here we go. Sorry, wrong point. I found the right one. Okay, here we go. 16.13. Save for circumstances where a match is awarded to a team. Sorry, that's not what I want. It's talking about a forfeiture and all that. And that's not what I want. I want to see if it's okay. Here we go. It's definitely 5 overs. That's what I saw there. So 5 overs have to be bowled for a result to be achieved here. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. I think this is the right one. Here we go. All right. Here we go. All right. It was actually the first point. Okay. Sorry, I'm just a bit confused here. There's a lot of playing conditions, a lot of points to the law. Okay, here we go. 16.1, a win. Unless the winner is determined by Duckworth Lewis, Stern method, which is the case tonight. It says see clause 16.4, which we will. The side which has scored in its one innings a total of runs in excess of that score by the opposition side in its one completed innings shall win the match. Obviously, so that's what the playing condition says there. But we go to 16.4, which is, here we go. Okay, calculation of the target score. Okay, so for interrupted matches. All right, if due to suspension of play, after the start of the match, the number of overs in the innings of either team has to be revised to a lesser number than originally allocated, minimum of 5 overs. Then a revised target score to win should be set for the number of overs which the team batting second will have the opportunity of facing. This revised target is to be calculated using Duckworth Lewis Stern method. The target set will always be a whole number, and 1 run less will constitute a tie. Okay? Everyone with me with that, with the playing condition? We got there in the end. Okay, so it goes on. Prematurely, terminated matches. If the innings of the side batting second is suspended with at least 5 overs bowled, and it is not possible for the match to be resumed, the match will be decided by comparison with the Duckworth Lewis pass score determined at the instant of the suspension using Duckworth Lewis. So that's the situation we find ourselves now. If the score is equal to the pass score, the match is a tie. Otherwise, the result is a victory or defeat by the margin of runs which the score exceeds or fails short of the pass score. So I think that pretty much explains it. So England would win this match, basically, under the playing condition. When they went off, where was Australia at with the pass score when they went off? And if, just reading the playing conditions, that's with at least 5 overs to bowl. Now, 5 overs haven't been bowled yet in this match. Okay? That's what we've got to say. 5 overs have not been bowled. So this match is a no result because 5 overs had not been bowled and England did not bowl 5 overs. And when they went off, 5 overs hadn't been reached. And therefore, the result will probably be a no result based on what the playing condition says for prematurely terminated matches under 16.4.2. So that is, yes, there we go. And as I say that, the match has been abandoned due to rain. So as soon as I say that, the match has been abandoned. And pretty much the playing condition, as I read, pretty much stated that. So 5 overs weren't bowled. Australia didn't face 5 overs when they went off. If that was the case, England would have won the match on Duckworth Lewis. Unfortunately, they didn't face 5 overs. They went off because of rain. Australia were behind on Duckworth Lewis. Didn't matter. Therefore, the game is suspended, and it's a no result. John says, to constitute a match, a minimum of 5 overs has to be bowled to the batting side second, subject to the innings not being completed earlier. Yes, I just explained that, John, with the playing conditions, because I just read them out there. Pretty much what you said there is correct. So 5 overs weren't bowled in the second innings. Australia, if they faced 5 overs and they went off, and behind the Duckworth Lewis pass score, England would have won the match. Unfortunately, they didn't do that because you need 5 overs to constitute a match. That didn't happen in the second innings. They went off. They can't go back on. So the match is a no result. Basically, it's an abandonment. So yeah, as John says, match has been abandoned now. Yes, it has been abandoned. So a no result, unfortunately, due to the rain. And I hope everyone understood what we were trying to say in the playing conditions right there. But it's good to know these things, I suppose, for those who don't know the playing conditions, especially when it comes to rain delays and that. Games affected by rain, you gotta know these things as an umpire. So the match has been abandoned. So match abandoned. England win the series 2-0 in the best of 3. Unfortunately, game 3 has been abandoned. So there we go. After all that, after all the explanations about the playing conditions and that, I think many people would understand what has just happened. So in the end, the match has been abandoned, no result because of the rain here in Canberra. And that is the end of this match. So going back to the other questions as well that we had in the chat. John, you said, I always thought it was 15 overs in ODIs. No, John, I think it's 12. It's 12, I think, to constitute a match in ODIs. 12 overs. If you face 12 overs, then the game is a game, basically. 5 overs for T20s. So there we go. All right. So nothing much to talk about in this game. Let's just have a brief summary of what's happened. And then we'll have a quick talk about the series. So in the end, it's a no result. England batted first, made 2 for 112 from their 12 overs in a shortened match. Josh Buttler top scored with 65 not out. Ben Stokes 17 not out. 2 wickets fell. Hales for a duck. Caught by Finch, bowled by Hazelwood. Darwin Malan out for 23. Caught by Mitchell Marsh, bowled by Pat Cummins. Hazelwood and Cummins picked up the 2 wickets. Stark, Zampa and Maxwell didn't pick up any wickets. Australia needed 130 runs on Duckworth Lewis. In the end, unfortunately, the rain came back. There were 3 for 30 at 3.5 overs. Aaron Finch was gone for a golden duck, caught by Brook, bowled by Wokes. Mitchell Marsh was the next to go straight after that for a golden duck, caught by Mark Wood, bowled by Chris Wokes. And Glenn Maxwell was the 3rd wicket before Australia went off for rain. He was gone for 8, caught by Stokes, bowled by Wokes. So Australia 3 for 30, 3.5 overs. Chris Wokes took all 3 wickets, 3 for 4 from his 2, no wickets for Topley and Willie. So there we go. And Australia 3 for 30 after their innings, after the rain came. So no result. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a disappointing end to the series, but we look forward to the T20 World Cup and how both teams prepare for that. And obviously England win the series 2-0 and they take home the series trophy. So it was quite an interesting series, I must say. Both teams will be pleased and also will be looking at the areas to improve on going into the T20 World Cup, which is happening this week with the first round coming up shortly on Sunday. But obviously a disappointing end to the series, but in the end, the match had some interruptions with rain and therefore had to be called off, which happens. So, oh, well, that happens and these things happen. So as I said, the series has finished, has concluded. Australia losing the series 2-0. England won the series 2-0 in the best of 3. The last game was washed out because of rain. Okay, so speaking about T20 World Cup, which is the next thing that we're going to do on the podcast. Speaking about that, the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast, everyone, has you covered for this year's T20 World Cup for 2022. We have everything that you want to know about the T20 World Cup on the podcast, starting with the preview of the series, of the tournament, I should say, which will be coming out very shortly. We're also going to be doing match reviews, analysis, talking about Australia's matches in this T20 World Cup. We'll be doing watch-alongs and live streams of all the Australian Super 12 matches in this T20 World Cup, starting with Australia versus New Zealand on Saturday. That will be in Sydney to kick off the T20 World Cup in the Super 12 stage of the tournament. So we'll be doing that throughout the tournament. So make sure you subscribe to the podcast, click the bell so you don't miss out on any T20 World Cup content in terms of watch-alongs, live streams like tonight, where we watch the game, discuss as we did this evening, and have some fun. And the T20 World Cup is going to be an exciting tournament starting on the 16th of October, which is not far away. In fact, John, you say, sadly, this match hasn't helped much with much-needed match practice. The result wasn't really crucial to our preparation. These top-order soft dismissals have to stop. We need to bat smarter. I agree with that, John. I agree with that. They need to stop indeed, obviously. But unfortunately, with Australia, they just need to do the basics right. Going into that T20 World Cup, it's going to be crucial. As we continue talking about the T20 World Cup, the warm-up matches for Australia and England, a reminder for those who want to know. But first of all, let's have a look at Australia's matches in this T20 World Cup, talk about that. Now, the first game is at the SCG against New Zealand. They'll be in Sydney on October the 22nd, which is Saturday. The next game is at Perth, and that's going to be against the team who finishes top of Group A at the Perth Stadium. Now, you'll probably think that would be probably Sri Lanka, maybe. who will finish on top in Group A. So it could be Australia and Sri Lanka for that game in Perth on the 25th. Then England and Australia meet again at the MCG on the 28th of October. And then Australia play a qualifier at the Gabba on the 31st of October, then against Afghanistan on the 4th of November. So those are Australia's T20 World Cup matches in the Super 12 stage. We'll have a look at England's matches, and they kick off their tournament against Afghanistan in Perth on October the 22nd. They face a qualifier in Melbourne at the MCG on the 26th of October. They play Australia on the 28th of October at the MCG, and they play New Zealand at the Gabba on November the 1st, and they play a qualifier at the SCG on the 5th of November, which is their last game of the Super 12 stage. Now, as we have a look at the dates, the key dates for this T20 World Cup, the first round will begin on October the 16th to the 21st of October. The Super 12 stage from October the 22nd until the 6th of November. The semi-final number 1 will be at the SCG on November the 9th. Semi-final number 2 will be on the 10th at the Adelaide Oval. And the final will be at the MCG on November the 13th. Those are the key dates there. T20 World Cup warm-up matches for Australia and England. Australia versus India at the Gabba. They will be on Monday, October the 17th. England versus Pakistan, I should say, will be at the Gabba. They will be on October the 17th, the same day as Australia and India. So a very interesting couple of warm-up matches for both Australia and England. So that's what's happening in this T20 World Cup. But as I mentioned before, the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast has you covered for the T20 World Cup this year. We're going to be doing previews, reviews of the tournament in general. We're going to be doing reviews of Australia's Super 12 matches. We're going to be live streaming, watch along all of Australia's Super 12 matches in the T20 World Cup this year. And we're going to be doing the semi-finals and the final as well. So make sure you subscribe to the podcast, click the bell so you don't miss out on all the episodes and all the live streams that we're going to do in this T20 World Cup in 2022. So that's what we have lined up on the podcast with the live streams. But going back to this series, as I said, 2-0 series win to England, best of 3. Some questions to be answered for Australia and England. Some areas of improvement, especially with Australia. The death bowling is a little bit poor at the moment. They need to rectify that, especially with the top order batting for Australia. There's a little bit of a concern there with the wickets being lost. So that's something that Australia needs to work on going forward. For England, I think they've pretty much ticked mainly all the boxes. Some areas to improve on with both batting and bowling. But I think both teams will take a lot out of this warm-up series. Okay, I think that will do it for us tonight. It's been a very interesting night. Interruptions with rain, delays, and all that stuff. It's been quite frustrating. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get a full game tonight. But once again, the match was abandoned due to rain. England won the series 2-0, best of 3. But thanks, everyone, for subscribing and liking and sharing the stream. I really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us tonight. I hope everyone had a good time. And I hope everyone enjoyed our discussion on the game and hopefully join us again for many more in the upcoming T20 World Cup, because the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast has you covered for the T20 World Cup. And make sure you subscribe and click the bell on our YouTube channel. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram. We're all across the social media platforms. Give us a follow if you can, and help the channel out, which is very good. So we'll answer some questions before we end. If you've got any more questions before we end this live stream tonight, I'll be happy to answer them. The sports breakdown. Powan, how are you? Hope you're well. Your question, Powan, is who do you think will be the next ODI captain of Australia? It seems that Warner might become the next, as his ban is going to be removed. Thanks for your question, Powan, and I hope you're well. I did see that. Quite interesting. A change of heart from Cricket Australia. To be honest, I wouldn't select Warner, given because he's at the back end of his career. You want to invest into a captain who's young and who has a lot of years ahead of him. So I mainly see Steve Smith probably getting the job, or Travis Head, because Travis Head has captained South Australia for a very long time. I think he'll get the nod. Maybe he's young; he's in his 20s, and hopefully he will be the next captain of Australia. Be interesting to see what they do, Powan. But thanks for your question, and I hope you're well. And good to see you in the comments. John, you say, next time I have to pause my stream for a couple of balls, so I'm a bit more in sync. Well, yeah, John, obviously different streams have different delays, I suppose, but that's okay. Hopefully it was okay to watch. But we didn't watch too much cricket tonight. It was mainly talking and discussing topics, which was fantastic. So glad you enjoyed it, John. Powan from the Sports Breakdown. You say, Ursula, do you see Cameron Green in the T20 World Cup squad for Australia with his recent performance against India? To be honest, Powan, at this stage, no. Because he's only going to come in if there's an injury. And he's been in good T20 form. He's played well in India, did well there. We got to remember Cameron Green's young. He's 23. He's got a lot of years ahead of him. But it's good to see him do well. So it's probably going to be a no, but we'll probably see him as a backup just in case if there's an injury to one of the Australian players and they need the all-rounder. So he'll definitely come in if there's an injury to the squad. But yeah, he's definitely a promising talent, but I think probably not at this stage. And I hope that answers your question. Any more questions, everyone, before we wrap up and say goodnight? It's been an interesting build-up to this T20 World Cup. Hopefully, we'll see a competitive tournament in a few days' time. It kicks off on Sunday with the first round, and that's going to be interesting to see who qualifies for the Super 12 stage of this T20 World Cup. And it's going to be very interesting to see who comes out on top and wins. But as I said, Australia and England will be quite pleased with how they went in this series in terms of some areas, other areas not so much. Tonight's game wasn't really much of a real indicator in terms of preparation because of the rain. Powan, you say from the Sports Breakdown, isn't Steve Smith's form in T20 cricket a bit of concern right now in that middle order and perhaps Green can come in? It is, but the 11 that they had in game 2, Powan, is probably Australia's best 11. Let's see who they had in the last game. In the last game, the 11 that Australia had was Warner, Finch, Marsh, Maxwell, Stoinis, David, Wade, Cummins, Stark, Samper, and Hazelwood. So the 11 that Australia had in game 2 is most likely to be the 11 for the first game against New Zealand. It looks a stronger team, and Steve Smith will just have to, miss out as he did in game 2. So his form is always questionable in T20 cricket. We always talk about it. Even tonight, he batted okay. He was trying to force the pace in a very shortened game. Unfortunately, didn't quite do enough in the other games to probably cement his spot. But at this stage, judging by how Australia went in the second game, he probably won't be in the first game against New Zealand. That's just something that I've noticed is that, okay, they'll probably stick with that 11 that they had in game 2. He only came in tonight because of David Warner missing out. But I see that 11 there that Australia selected for game 2 for that first game against New Zealand. John says, night, Jack. I'm off to raid the fridge. Well, good night, John. I hope you're well. I hope you had a great time of it, listening to the commentary and having a good chat. Go and get a snack and have a good night, and hope to see you in the next stream. Yeah, everyone. Before we go, any more questions that everyone has, I'd be more than happy to answer some questions as we look forward to the T20 World Cup. If you have any more questions. Powan from the Sports Breakdown, you say, how do you see Zampa doing on these Australian pitches? Do you think he'll be amongst the wickets like last year in the UAE, or will he play a different role? I think he'll be in the wickets. In Australia, pitches are different. They don't turn as much, and they're not spin friendly. They're quite good for batting. He'll definitely be in the wickets, that's for sure. He's a key bowler for Australia, Adam Zampa, and if he can get crucial wickets after the power play, which he does in the middle overs, Australia are looking good. So he's definitely going to be in the wickets, that's for sure. And on these big grounds, you're going to get a lot of wickets when batters start to hit out and don't quite time it, and they get caught and all that stuff. So he'll definitely be in the wickets, that's for sure, Adam Zampa. But he's definitely a key bowler for them. Brat, thanks for your question. Shami announced replacement Bumrah. How do you see that? Okay, I didn't see that. I didn't hear that. Thanks for telling me that. Interesting. He's done pretty well, Mohammad Shami, in T20 cricket in terms of IPL and that. He's an experienced bowler. India won experience, and I think he'll do okay. Without Bumrah there, it's going to be a big challenge for India in terms of their death bowling. Can they get the job done? With Bumrah, they had something that was different in terms of pace, in terms of variety in the attack. Shami, can he get wickets and can he do a good job? I think he'll do okay. They've gone with him, so you've got to trust what India have done. They've backed him, they've supported him, and now he's got to go out there and get the job done with the ball, Shami. So let's see what happens. Powan, you say, so how do you see the addition of Tim David? He hasn't played much matches for Australia before the T20 World Cup, but they've brought him in based on his performance in franchise cricket and for Singapore. I think he's done pretty okay, Tim David. He's showed why he's selected. Looking at this series against England, the first game he got a duck. He got out for 0. And that dismissal, along with the dismissal in the West Indies series in the first game at the Gold Coast, was a little bit of concern. He's got a bit of a vulnerability with the short ball. Not so much a vulnerability, but not being convincing with it. He tends to be a bit hesitant. So teams will work that out pretty quickly. But looking what I saw in the second game at the Gabba against the West Indies, where he got that 40-odd, and in the second game in Canberra, when he got, what did he get? 40 he made before he got out. He looks pretty good. And with him in the side, Australia looked much stronger in terms of the batting and the power. So that's why Australia wanted him in the side. He's done pretty well. Obviously, he's played international cricket before. That's for Singapore. That's at a different level. Looking at him, seeing he came in India, did well there. He got a 50. So I think he'll do pretty well. He's going to be a big player, X-factor player. All the Australian players think he's going to be a key player in this T20 World Cup. And let's see what he can do. But he's a promising talent, Tim David, that's for sure. But thanks for your question, Powan. I hope that answers that. Bharat, you say, when is the India-Australia warm-up game? Well, Bharat, good question. And I'll bring it up right here. There you go. So the warm-up match between Australia and India, that's at the Gabba, 17th of October. And then England versus Pakistan at the Gabba as well. That's the 17th of October. So that's Australia and England's warm-up matches for this T20 World Cup. So that's on the 17th of October at the Gabba, Australia versus India for that warm-up match. And a reminder of the T20 World Cup as a whole. So we have a look at the dates. The first round, October the 16th to the 21st. Super 12, 22nd of October to the 6th. The semi-finals, the 9th of November to the 10th. And the final on the 13th of November at the MCG. But speaking about the T20 World Cup, the podcast will have you covered. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, click the bell so you don't miss out on the episodes. You don't miss out on our reviews, previews, live streams, watch-alongs. We're going to be doing that throughout this T20 World Cup. And make sure you subscribe and click that bell on our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on all the fun, because it's going to be great fun indeed as we head to the T20 World Cup. Any more questions, everyone? I'll be happy to answer them as we wrap up this watch-along tonight. But more than happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Powan, another question from you. You say, also, do you see other Marcus Stoinis and Mitchell Marsh contributing with the ball in case Cummins, Stark, or Hazelwood have a bad day? The question mark is with Mitchell Marsh in terms of his ankle injury. Marcus Stoinis was bowling in this series. He bowled in the last game. He got let's see, he got 3 wickets for 34, Marcus Stoinis. So he's bowled pretty well, Marcus Stoinis, since he's come back from bowling in game 2 of this series against England. So by him taking 3 wickets the other night is a good sign for Australia in terms that he's bowling well and he's taking wickets. Mitchell Marsh is a question mark in terms, can he actually bowl, or will Australia decide to just keep him as a specialist batter and not really bowl him too much because of the ankle injury? So I want to see if in the warm-up match against India, if he's going to have a bowl or not, because, you know, it would be nice to have him as well in the bowling ranks. But you got Glenn Maxwell as well. You got Tim David who can bowl a few overs of spin. So I guess it's not, Australia's got a lot of options at their disposal. But definitely I do see them having a bit of a go in this T20 World Cup if required. Bharat, you say, should Australia have gone with the new faces in the Windies series, or that squad was okay? Well, in the West Indies series, that was the T20 World Cup squad. And it was an important series for them in terms of preparation, in terms of getting some game time into some players. And that's what you need to do. So that squad against the West Indies, look, it was against the West Indies who are not performing well. They're below par at the moment. You would think the West Indies will qualify in Group B in the first round. But especially Australia and the West Indies, that series was one-sided. The West Indies had a chance to win game 1. Unfortunately, that didn't quite eventuate. But, that squad that Australia had is their T20 World Cup squad, and they performed okay in that series. As in this series against England, it was a bit of a mixed bag. They're up and down, a few areas of concern. But hopefully for Australia, they can start getting into some form. Very important to do that in the T20 World Cup when that starts on Sunday. Any more questions, everyone, before we say goodbye? Be more than happy to answer the questions. Powan, another question from you. Sports Breakdown. How do you see the pitches in the SCG going? Do you think it will offer some swing for the fast bowlers at the SCG, or any pitches in Australia with the new ball? We may see some swing, given that the conditions are quite cold. It's not summer in Australia, it's spring. And there's been a lot of rain around. Tonight's game was affected by rain. So we're going to see that in this T20 World Cup. I think the rain may play a factor. I don't want to say that, but let's hope it doesn't. But with the SCG, it does offer a little bit. I don't think it will turn as much because it hasn't really turned as much for many years at the SCG. I think for the quicker bowlers, you'll get a little bit out of the surface. In the Big Bash, they tend to be wickets that you do get a little bit of help on. So it'd be interesting to see how they go. But given the wet weather around, the conditions, I think we may see a little bit more swing than usual. In terms of the other pitches around the country, all conditions will vary in terms of the pitches and the weather, which is quite unique about Australia. All the pitches are not fast and bouncy. It's only Perth and Brisbane that are fast and bouncy. The other wickets are quite slow, a little bit slow. They're not as bouncy or fast. Also, you got drop-in wickets as well, which is going to play a little bit of a different role. But yeah, we have to wait and see, Powen, what happens. It'll be interesting. Come that first game at the SCG against Australia and New Zealand, it'll be interesting to see what sort of pitch the curator has prepared, given the wet weather around Sydney at the moment and around the east coast of Australia, because it's been quite wet. And the rain may play a factor in this T20 World Cup. Hopefully it doesn't. And hopefully we'll have a T20 World Cup that's not really too interrupted by rain. Bharat, you say, how many venues are having dropping wickets in the World Cup? Okay. So you've got the Adelaide Oval. That's 1. MCG 2. The new stadium in Perth is 3. Who else? And that's about it, really. So if you're talking about the main grounds in Australia, the Adelaide Oval, MCG, and the new Perth Stadium have drop-in wickets. If you're talking about the first round games, there's one venue in Geelong, which is a drop-in surface, where some games will be played in the first round. That's a drop-in surface. The Gabba, Bill Reeve Oval, which is in Tasmania. Who else? The SCG, those grounds are not drop-ins. They're a normal cricket square. So I hope that answers your question. But there's a few in Australia, that's for sure. But let's hope those pitches play okay and have a good balance between the bat and the ball. And also a reminder for everyone, T20 World Cup, the podcast has you covered. And it's going to be an exciting T20 World Cup, that's for sure. But going back quickly on this series, as I mentioned, tonight's game was abandoned due to rain. England won the series 2-0, best of 3. And an interesting series. Unfortunately, disappointing with the rain tonight, but that happens. And Bharat says, where do you stay? Near Adelaide, if that gives you a bit of an idea. Adelaide region, around about there. I hope that answers your question there, Bharat. So Adelaide, mainly. So not far away from the Adelaide Oval, which is going to be hosting some games in this T20 World Cup, especially the semi-final and the game against Australia and Afghanistan. Powen, Sports Breakdown, you say, Ursula, what do you think of Alex Hales right now so far in this tournament? In this tour, do you think he was the perfect replacement for Bairstow, or do you think he's a big blow? Well, judging what I saw in the first game, the last 2 games he was a bit off because of the conditions here in Canberra. But in the first game, he got 84. He looked pretty good. And I think Butler and Hayes at the top of the order for England is a good combination. I know they had Phil Salt. Unfortunately, that wasn't... it was going to be a tough option for them to see if they can, try and fit him in the side. But Butler and Hales looks pretty good as an opening combination. They look pretty strong. Hales has got experience, and he's got to play well in Australia, given his time at the Sydney Thunder in the the BBL, I should say. He's done pretty well. Only time will tell, Powen. Time will tell if he's going to be a success or not in this T20 World Cup. But he's definitely going to be one of the main players for England, that's for sure. But at the top of the order with Butler, he complements Butler quite well. So I hope that answers your question. Bharat says, I'm from India, far away from you, good vibes. Yes, definitely. Very far away over there in India. But as I said, this T20 World Cup is going to be quite exciting, that's for sure. Can't wait. And the podcast will have you covered for that T20 World Cup. Any more questions, everyone, before we sign off and say goodnight? And hopefully we can see everyone back for the Australia and New Zealand match, which will be next Saturday. It'll be great to see many of you there because we'll be back live streaming that match. So that will be our next live stream. So a bit of an update in terms of live streams. So T20 World Cup, on Saturday, the Super 12 stage, we will be back live streaming the first Super 12 match of the T20 World Cup between Australia and New Zealand at the SCG. So join us for then. Join us then, and we hope to see many of you join us and have a good time like we did tonight. But thanks to everyone who joined us tonight. I really appreciate it. I hope everyone has a very good evening or a good afternoon or a good morning, wherever you may be around the world. And I hope you are enjoying cricket and having fun. Let's answer some questions before we wrap up and say goodnight. Bharat says, no questions. Good evening to me and good night to you. Thank you, Bharat. Take care. Hope you have a good night. Genuine says, hi, I'm back. Genuine, welcome back. We're just about to end, but welcome back nonetheless. Sports Breakdown, Power. You say, sir, what do you think about Maxwell's recent form? Can't understand why he's struggling on Aussie pitches, but hopefully he comes back to form. Yeah, it's just one of those things, really. He's not really scoring runs. He's a bit of a form slump at the moment. That's all I can say. He had an opportunity tonight to score some runs at the top of the order. He opened the batting tonight with Aaron Finch because Dave Warner didn't play. Unfortunately, he didn't make the most of that opportunity tonight. But let's hope he can get into some form because Glenn Maxwell is a match winner and he's a person that can win games. And let's hope he can win some games for Australia in this T20 World Cup. But yes, his form is a little bit of a concern. But hopefully he'll get back into some form. If you're an Australian supporter, hopefully you'll be hoping for that. Genuine says, hi, what is the result? Genuine, the match was a no result. So no one won. The rain came back and both teams had to shake hands and say, well, that's the end of the game. So a no result, match abandoned. England won the series 2-0. All right, then. I think that will just about do us for tonight. Thanks, everyone, once again for watching. Genuine. You say, sorry, I will support New Zealand team in the first Super 12 match. No worries. New Zealand lost against Pakistan today in the Tri-Series, but hopefully they can get some form in. Yes, I say Genuine because I am a die-hard fan of New Zealand. Are you? I don't mind New Zealand myself. I tend to support them when I'm not supporting Australia. But it should be a good game in the first round of the Super 12 stage. Alrighty. If no one has any more questions to ask or anything, I think I'll just sign off and say goodbyes and thank everyone for tuning in again. It's been great doing these live streams and watch-alongs on the podcast. Really appreciate interacting with a lot of people from around the world. A lot of people around the world in the cricketing world. A lot of people from various parts of the world. It's great to chat with everyone. Thank you so much for subscribing, liking the podcast, etc. Really does help the channel. And thanks for coming by and having some fun, which is the main thing. That's very important. Genuine says, okay, bye. Genuine, take care. Hope you're well. Hope you have a good day. And hopefully we see you back for the T20 World Cup live streams. Watch alongs. Powan, the Sports Breakdown, says, thank you, Jack, for answering the questions. Hope you have a good day. You too, Powan. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you're well. And we hope to see you back in the comments in the near future in terms of the T20 World Cup, etc. But thanks, everyone, for watching. It's been great, as always. Before we go, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Most of the podcast is now available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Until next time, keep safe, and bye for now.